Vallahi hammaga assalomu alaykum. 1 minutочку. Точно. Vallahi hammaga assalomu alaykum. Sizlar bilan bugun Pmgc ko'ramiz va qimmatli akkauntda mezza qilib, mezza degan variantda pirang xamirlarimiz albatta. Hammasi sizlar uchun. Javohir Kabristaliskiy Warzakon My Love My Brothers bir qo'lta demo o'ynab olamiz. Qo'ltingiz uchun va qimmat Akkda qizlarni yoxud o'liklarni ajaliga aylanamiz. Stream yonda, hammasi joyida, chiroyli format, chiroyli bashara, chiroyli yuz tuzilish, chiroyli brend asosida qurilgan bu atmosfera. Hozirda biz shunchaki qo'ltingiz uchun tirnoqga qilyapmiz va undan keyin ajalbek raqsi bo'ladi. Xolimasman. Sani sevib bolalar, hammaga assalomu alaykum. Stream yonda. Bola bir maza qilaylik do'stlar. Ko'nglim yarim, yolg'izlikda bu kecha taskin topar mazatlarim. Voy onayni qayishkenga uray. Jijimiya.
Watch out.
Kardeşim. Arkamda biri koydu, Yani naxir, limit oynayli bir qo'l tegizaylik. Qimmat akkauntda bo'ldi. To'g'risi bo'ldi. To'g'risini aytyapman de, mujiki, billat. Naxir kerak va mana kimlar такой женский, баладинки degan kiyimlar bor. Баладинки degan kiyim. Voy, mana tiyolka bo'laman, naxir, men tiyolkaman billat. Somsaman men bilan. Bu sumkalasham. Ha, mana sumkani taqamiz. Сохранить мой профиль. Изображение. Обращество. Voy, bashara mikrofoni. Bu kim basharasi? Bu qanaqa bashara? Bu shunday ham turq sog' bashara bo'ladi, qani? Oldi basharalar bormi? Ish. Qayerda o'zgartiradi basharani? Ham qayerda o'zgartiradi? Vallahi hammaga aslo chatga qarayman, bir minut shu qizni basharasini o'ziga yig'ib olib, qanaqa bashara bu? Bashara yo'qmi mana bo'ldi. Nolimasman, dodlamasman. Seni sevib qolgan battar ekan bola bo'la olmasman. Mana. O'ziga kiygizaylik. Voh! Seni o'zing bir jalab ninada. Voy jalab. Prank, davay, maza qilish kulib o'lib qoladiganlar bormi ichimizda? Kulib o'laman men deyotganlar. Musaqin sezon savay battle, diplomat, lekin chiqamiz bu yerdan. Bizning maqsadimiz boshqa. Bu maqsad yo'lida biz sarson bo'lishga ham tayyor. Voy jalab, to'qol yonib qoldi-yu. Nima gap, chat? S2 bo'yichami turnir yo'q, qanaqa S2 bo'yicha? PUBG Mobile. Like'lar bosamiz bola, stream yondi. Like'lar bosamiz. Hozir men sizlarga nomerlarni prank olaman. Nahku kerak bu avtopadvor, solo mana men solo sklatman. Men azartda kirdim bola. Uxladim, uyquga to'yib, baquvvat bo'lib, podpischiklarimni yer yuzida qilmagan xursandchilik qilaman deb kirdim. Moy podpischlar. Ovozim normalmi? Normal. Другой подписчики фраунд o'ynayman, yo'q. Такой тёлка o'ynayman.
Nima hidi-ku?
Pulli hidi.
Yo'q, pul emas. Chanel.
Atajon, bizga borsiz. Bu men akkauntim bor, sizga. Rahmatlar. Voy, mashina qaranglar, billar.
You are now the
Liboy qizda oq qizi bilashtirgan mashina, bolalar bu. My transfer brothers, Zeus biladi. Maktabga qo'yamiz. Desak. Mencha bu normal holat bo'ldi. Mana mashina boshlarim yomon chiqqan paytda eslasam chiqadi. Voy onaning voy. O billa oltima bo'lyapti bu. Bo'ldi nicho. Voy, irpimam pizdes ekan. O biladi, naqd men ajalman men. Ajal raqsini qo'yinglar. Men ibanman. Bila. Necha ming 100 ming bormi? 22 ming ham neft qo'ydi. Ali общичат, eng zo'ri menman bu yerda. Hammani taraman bular. Kam gapiryapti. Biro bir tingilmadi. Zo'ri tepada jigar deyapti. Zo'r emasman, zo'r tepada. Zo'r bo'lish menga emas. Nimaga mashina tushmayapman? Hop! Qayerda olammi? Bu arqamdan kelyapti.
Nimani hidi-ku?
Pulli hidi.
Birga o'ynayotgan.
Yo, pul emas. Chanel.
Qirq to'qim qoldi. Risk qilishga arziydimi bolalar? Lekin olto'g'im qoldi, pizdes. Olto'g'im 8 to'g'im qoldi. Yemizildim. Kilimi çaldı, poxuy. Poxuy. Dicha qoldi, yemizilishimga. Besi bor ekan, agar bilishganini kuttimga tiqarib tashlab bersana. Oylik borasida hijomatim kelmadi, nima qildi et xudo menga bermadi, ota-onang boylikni sevgidan ustun bildi, seni sotib olishga meni pulim yetmadi. Meni pulim yetmadi. Bo'ldi. Аккуратный сундучок. My brothers, I love you. Tekilim chopdi. Voy xolam, tekilim chopdi, lekin mijalka. Bo'ldi, endi kiraylik. Qolgan dovjinani eventda davom ettiramiz, mujiki. Arja parja olmasa bo'lgan o'ylar. Men na bir boyvachman, na bir sultonman, g'arib bironaga, g'arib. Endi salom eventga kirib olsam, eventda ham odam yo'q shekilli eventda, ochmayapti hech kim. Agar odam yo'q bo'lsa, vashshi bayram bo'lib ketadi. Lekin odam bu ikkita odam var. Xuyna. Enemies ahead. Davay! Chiq. Bola hozir prank boshlayman. Chat. Hammaga assalomu alaykum. Prankkellarim men, vahshiylarim o'rta ochilmabdi hali. Lekin hozir ochishadi. O'rta tugabdi, lekin hozir ochishadi. Yo'q, hozir yo'q hech qachon. Yo'q, hozir yo'q hech qachon. Ochildi. Pizdes ochildi. Canım keter amanetlik, asli dünya xiyonatlik, bir kuni bo'ladi qiyomat. Nima inniki zuna xuni brat? Alo, o'zbekmiz yoki?
Brat otmang, iltimos.
Javob qilib tanlaysizmi? Nimaga inniki zunaqa? Jigar?
Ya brat. Meditsinga boring, otmaysiz brat.
Otamanda lekin otishaydi, o'zbekmiz akalar. Tarzini nima qilmaylik, shunda prosta otishib qo'yaylik. Mana o'zi oladigan zo'rda, mana shuni o'zing olsanglar bo'ladi, grozi ikkitadan grozi olgan. Nolimasman. Seni deb bir bedevonaga aylanmasman. Kichkina bola ekan, kichkina bolalar PUBG'ning orqasida so'kishni o'rganyapti-da. Keyin bilib o'tdi-da. Olaver hayotim seniki. Kato jon oldik. Kill bor. Loot Vashshi moshni. Prosta o'ynab berish kerak endi. Prosta o'ynab bersak bo'ldi endi akalar. O'zi birinchi karta ham boshlanyapti. Bolalar hozir o'yinga qo'yamiz va har bir kartadan chiqib prank olamiz bola. Maza qilib. Atestlar uchun bir boshqa akkauntga kirdim. Sizlar uchun обязательно har bir qadamim sizlar uchun. Sizlar shunchaki like bosinglar va men sizlarni bugun kuldiraman. Botlarmi, odamlarmi bular? Voy harfli qilib qo'ydim. Voy malades. Voy harf. Voy. Jigar bular. Jigarlar, meni kechiringlar, jigarlar. Jigarlar, kechiringlar, jigarlar. Bo'ri bo'lsang bo'riday bo'l, bo'rilarning zo'riday bo'l, garovlasang ko'kdan yulduz to'kilsin, oxularning jon jahdlari so'kilsin. Agar unday qilolsang, unda itga cho'riday. Yigit bo'lsang yigitday bo'l, yigitlarning mardiday bo'l. Agar unday qila olmasang, unda itga cho'g'laydi.
Nimani hidi-ku?
Pulli hidi.
Aka o'tib topib olmaysiz.
Yo'q, pul emas. Chanel.
Qani bo'ldi men. Bundan bir populyarni olgan bola emasman-da. Oila ro'zg'or bola chaqa boqaman men u pulga jigar. O'yin boshlandi bola, o'yin boshlandi jigarlar.
No kill, brother, no kill, brother, no kill.
No kill. Oh yeah, kill. Oh my god, kill. No kill dedim ama. Çiçi oynaman mı? Ben çiçi. No kill my brothers, no kill, no kill. O'yin boshlandi bola, o'yinni ko'ramiz va undan keyin katada prank.
Atma. Iltimos.
Bo'lachi otmasdan yapman, lekin otish kerak. Voy, jal urib qo'ydim. Bo'ldi, bu sraz ketishimiz kerak. Chunki o'yin boshlandi. Bolak. Men dunyo bo'ldi bola, o'yinni ko'ramiz. Chatda nima gaplar? Bitta chat bilan suhbat boshlashchi, model bering. Voy, bilan aktiv afshi bilan nima o'ylayapti? O'yinni ko'ramiz, ketdi bo'ldi. O'yindan keyin prank.
In the foothills of that, will we see a return to that northwest compound conflict that we saw with Queso taking a fight? I can't remember who the other team was in that instance, but it didn't go well for Team Queso, I believe.
O'yinni ko'ramiz bola, ketdi bugun 3-kun.
Came through last time.
Navi prahod qila oladi, menga shunisi qiziqda hozir.
Yeah, for Tongjiabao, they actually got themselves that chicken dinner yesterday on Sandhawk. And for Alter Ego, although I enjoyed like some of that control they showed on the high ground, it definitely felt like sand slipping through the fingers in those final like 5 minutes for Alter Ego, where they couldn't control several teams at once. And they didn't really have that idea of what side to pick on. So Tongjiabao, I think they're going to go for something similar again on a instantaneous rotate up towards that northwest side. This is such an early rotate as well. I think a lot of teams might not be expecting this. So Navi's got to be prepared when this rotate comes through. They're currently heading over towards that southwest side of the island from ruins. So a quick one for Navi, as they did fall out from that top 3, but it has been a fierce battle between them and ASI8. 83 points to 85 for ASI8 currently to Navi. I think both these teams are pretty equally skilled at the moment.
Ven yamak. Venlardan necha Ven 11 joyda Venim yaxshi comeback qildi. Faqat Furia, IXK, Virtus Pro'lar comeback qila olgani yo'qmi? Comeback qilish ham qiyin menimcha bu komandani. Varren X ajoyib o'ynayapti. Rezultatlar bo'yicha ham dahshatli natijani o'zi qayd etib bo'ldi. Bugun 3-kun. Mana shu tempda davom etsa, bularga hech kim yetib olmasligi ehtimoli juda ham kattaligini hisobga olsak, bugun ajoyib o'yinlarni sizlar bilan birgalikda ko'ramiz. Chat. Ham o'yin ko'ramiz, ham maza qilib prank ko'ramiz. Hammasiga tayyor bo'lsanglar, shunchaki like bosib qo'yinglar. Sizlar bilan oxir qabristonski.
I wonder if they're going to have to try and trash along their way in the compounds that they spot, because and that may indeed slow them down. They haven't gone for that cross all the way to the North Island yet.
Yeah, they actually stopped short, like you say. It's a interesting one. I think they're going to try and see if they can scout over towards that north side and see what's happening between teams that have already made their way in. And for Tongjiabao, somewhat getting cut out by similar rotations to what they made yesterday. I think people have read into this, just a case of there is a lot of open spots on the map where I think this is one of the few lobbies that we've seen over the last year where You have teams playing over towards Docks, Lakawi, as well as Camp Bravo, Cow as well is taken up, down towards Camp Charlie and Sami. So the eastern side is quite populated, which means there's more space for teams to play over towards that northwest edge. I think in a lot of lobbies recently, more and more teams have decided that, you know what, playing around boot camp and kind of surrounding that area does actually give you a lot more control to siphon players from other teams, basically.
I mean, we saw DXavier playing from that north side of boot camp, pushing in and making Team Spirit's life pretty difficult. A lot of times, even sometimes at the cost of DXavier's performance themselves. But this time around, no one really pushing into the north side. And the Falcons definitely are having an easier time of getting across this water than Team Spirit did. And that's good news for Falcons Force fans all around the world, as it seems like they will once more find footing in the northwest side. Vengeance, they're a little bit behind back of the queue here, behind both Galaxy and TJB on the wait to get across this bridge, because Na'Vi, they're still holding quite far south.
Yeah, I think Na'Vi playing on this southwest side is not a bad idea either. I think it gives you options to rotate over towards the northwest side of the map, which is smart. It's one of those things where for Na'Vi, in terms of positioning, this will give you a fair amount of opportunities in the near future, whilst also giving you that ability to scout out to the south side, which is very important to keep notes on when teams start to fall through, because there is several priority compounds down towards the south side of this island, and Na'Vi wants to make sure that they have the pick of the litter when it comes to it. Yeah, more and more of our squads now moving out. Tiamba, we wanted to see more from this team, but 9th place right now on 68 points from what was a good start on day one is a little bit disappointing. So both of our PAL teams, and Tiamba as well as Tongjiabao, not quite hitting the mark that a lot of us here over at PMGC thought that they would.
There's still half of the games left to go though, Blank, and what has been done in the last 2 days can be repeated by different teams as well. Vengeance, they closed down yesterday with a Miramar game that saw them up towards those survival stages, but the team from Japan, a little bit of a surprise entry considering you had teams like Reject over in the region competing against them, but still looking to make their mark here, get to those survival stages. They're going for a crossing now. Na'Vi actually on the move a little bit, so maybe a small timing opening here for Vengeance to get through, but they're still going to have to contend with the cannons and Na'Vi. Through the middle they go, they're cutting in front of the queue and into a crossfire potentially, as Punch is actually isolated on his hill.
Navi bilan navigatsiya yapman. Lishni 3 o'nda proxod qilmasa, bugun Navi 3 o'nda proxod qilmasa men realni uxlamayman bor. Uyqu yo'q. Navining o'yinini Addushi tomon Nigma TJBni urmoqda. TJBni bitta o'yinchini hisobga bitta yozib qo'ydi. Nigma TJB ham to'pga ketib ketgan ajoyib comeback qilib Xitoyda yaxshi kelmasa Tiamla Furiyaga mochmoqda. Furiya nihoyat qilmoqda.
Play that one through. Tiamba suffering to Furia in the meantime, as well as Team Queso taking shots over towards Virtus Pro. So a lot of these crossings now coming into effect, as we know this is a northwest shift on the circle. So tons of teams are attempting to get their way on in. Enigma Galaxy start things off strong versus Tongjiabao. They rocked up behind them on the southern side. Not quite crossed the bridge yet, but Enigma Galaxy is looking to clear out teams. Virtus Pro is in the area, and Team Queso is not that far behind.
A big surround on the south side for Enigma Galaxy. TJB's stop short of the river crossing may come back to bite them here. They've already lost one of their players. IHC, they were looking to be more aggressive. Blank, out all the way in the blue by Paradise Resort right now. That's not really what I would call aggressive, so we'll see if they are looking to crash into a fight and go a little bit hell for leather onto the first map of the day. Trying to navigate their way around towards the north, and ASA8 currently holding that north bridge, Blank. We've seen them play up on this position on the Northwest Island ship before. You try and cross that bridge, they are so ready for it. We saw them pull out a lot of points from yesterday.
Yeah, I think for Falak as well, he's extremely strong player. They opted to put him over towards the eastern bridge instead of having him on that high ground. Tongjiabao still holding their own right now versus Getso Roy. Melodious will find a rundown onto action. And that fight still rages on between Tiamba as well as
yo'q. Hozir
Furia.
Falcon joydan qimirlagani
But
yo'q.
for both teams, it's looking
Demek
fairly
Falcon'dan
dire as they
tekme
haven't
atışması
even
hoca bu
really
Furia bilan
escaped
bo'lmoqda.
from Paris Resort just yet.
Tian'ning
Shan goes down.
holatda Furia esa kill qilmoqda. Furia hozir yomon o'ynamayapti. Ikkita kill qildi, lekin bitta o'yinchilar xayrlashgan. Xayrlashmagan no'l holatda keyin mana endi
get it off the ground at this point. Gets Roy
Roy.
maintaining the
Ayni
compound in
paytda
the
Groy
shadow of that
jamoasi
mountain.
5-o'rinda
On the
ketmoq
east
natijalar
side
bo'yicha
here,
va to'pga
protected
ham
on both flanks
yaqin
now, but it's
natijalar
going to be very
o'ynayapti.
difficult
Furia
to get rid of them.
hisobga
But
Tianni
the
bilan
circle
so'rib
may
qo'ymoqda.
push them
Furia ham
away.
hisobga yana bir
Shan
killni yozdi,
does
lekin
get
Furia
flushed
juda ham
away.
pastga ketmoqda. 3 ta
In
kill.
the end, so I think it's
Royda
just
ham bitta nok bor. Roy jamoasi uchun ham o'sha bilan ko'tarolmaydi. Vitspro tez hozir yaqin turibdi. Vitspro ham ikkita qolishgan. Vitspro umuman o'xshamagan kadrli o'yinlarni ko'rmoqdamiz. Tez hozir David Tixios David xiyani kelyapti, lekin ehtiyot bo'lishga bu yerda jamoa juda ham Falcon ham bor ekan. Tik jamoasi uchun Falcon juda ham yaxshi.
Yeah, it's a massive struggle now. Again, for Vengeance, it really did feel like the three is crossing in the entire world here.
Birikita Falcon tomondan kaltaklamoqda. Falconning juda ham ajoyib o'yinlar ketma-ketligi va 5-o'ringa ko'tarilib qoldi.
Is over on that southeast
Falcon
side. And the hard
hozircha
shift
kill
on the circle over towards the north.
Tikni qolgan ikkita
Once
o'yinchi
again,
Falconga
really
yaqin,
does
lekin
assist ASIA. Now, Navi, they don't take that compound over towards the eastern side, but this actually helps them a lot. And I still appreciate the fact they took the western side of the coast and they've controlled so much of that ground. That's going to mean a nice, easy wrap on a western rotate here for them towards some of the compounds to the west of Hatin. Damn, it's just all popping off all day long here on the Sandhawk. 43 players and 14 teams, so a lot of teams still in this one, but a massive amount of casualties.
Falcon tayyor turibdi. Falconda ham bitta ko'tarmoqda. Tikka saptikka qilishga ketmoqda. Falcon qayishgan bola biroq o'qtirib qo'yadi va afsuski Tiknikilni Vernix chopmoqda. Oy. Falconnikini chopmoqda.
Swatted aside, and East wants to put another one in, but he's lined up easy.
O yaxshi 3ga 1mi? 3ga 1mi? Ay yo'q, Falcon epladi. Falcon hisobga 4-chi killni ham 5-chi killni ham yozishi mumkin. Lekin bitta kill chopishdi va Falcon og'ir ahvolda o'ziga keladi. Vitspro bilan THB otishmoqda. THB jamoasi o'yinchilari hozircha Vitspro tomonidan nima bo'ladi? Yaqinlash kelyapti. Ilk yaxshi biladi, yaxshi joyobli, lekin hech kim tushmadi. Qanday o'ylashni yaxshi biladi.
And 676 looking to cut straight on through it. The back
of the nima qilmoqda? Oy, nima qilmoqda? Vitspro nima qildi? Ajoyib! Oy. Vitsprodan qanday yil xatosi? Qanday xatolar yomg'iri-ya? Asi 8 bilan Guruh ham yaxshi natija. Asi 8 ga yetib olish yaxshi imkoniyat, lekin Asi 8 bunga imkoniyat bermadi. 3 ta kill bilan hozircha 2-o'rinda hali ham band qilishmoqda. 3-o'rinda band qilishmoqda.
The slight amount of panic coming from Virtus Pro there. They know they need to get rid of him in that moment, but
qiziq o'yinlar bo'lyapti. Mujiki o'zi ertaga oxirgi kunda bu guruhnikini va shu bugun natijalarni o'zgartirishmasa o'zlarining hayoti o'zgarib ketishi mumkinligini bular juda ham yaxshi
but still pretty impressive to do it with just the pump action. Now outside in the blue stage 3.
Oh, yaxshi tez yopilib ketdi. Nigma Galaxy juda ham yaxshi o'yin. IHAQIQIY ham bitta o'yinchini holatda, o'zi bitta o'yinchini qaylashganing uchun o'rtasida ko'tarilmoqda. Hozircha atrofida hech kim yo'q. Chunki ular zasonga ko'tarishmoqda. Yo'q. Navi Alonso.
And now they have a little bit of freedom on that south side to take on Falcon's force with the numbers advantage, playing as 3. They're both going to have to try and move through. And the sticking points of the lobby are starting to retreat. We had that line across the middle of this northwest island of Na'Vi on the west, Alter Ego on the high ground, and ASIA on the northeast side. But now Na'Vi have retreated up, and Enigma Galaxy may be going to be moving in their wake up the west.
Oh boy.
Wow.
That is a nice circle for Na'Vi. I think they'll be very pleased with this one. They're going to take a 2-2 split. Fairly dangerous in stage 4, but I respect it. If they can hold on to this for a little bit while longer, essentially they do have a bit of safety here, because I think most teams that are rotating on this western side likely will stop short on one of these compounds that sit over towards the southwest edge, so they can be a bit greedy with these northern compounds. So I don't mind it from Na'Vi, but yeah, for Na'Vi this is certainly a game where they can shoot themselves further up the tables, though ISIA already have found themselves a full 4 eliminations over towards that eastern side, and IHC is just not even making out of the blue.
send up the east edge here past IWNRX. A hop out, icy down a second as well, and they immediately evaporate as IWNRX turn their ire their way. It will be very difficult to make that approach. Top of the tables, they'll maintain it. East side, though, a difficult approach. They have to push past ASI 8.
Yeah, it's sad for Falcons there. I mean, they rock up to Frozen, who is a solo, but the response time from the rest of IWNRX was fairly speedy. All just flipped around and took the shots that needed to happen, but a good initial knock coming through from Frozen as well. Vengeance now make their move up, and this is the reason why you didn't see Na'Vi go for that rotate over towards that compound. It did restrict their choices of where they can go. For Vengeance, it pretty much has just been a straight line up into the circle. Enigma Galaxy takes more space though, and I like that from them because I think they rocked up over towards this compound on the southwest, realized that, you know what, there is a ton of space being given here, and for what reason? It's likely because a team has given this up, so they can move over towards that north side. Now Lemon gives up on that northwest compound and will just try and scout down towards the south. But again, for Na'Vi, this is an important game and a big chance for them.
Unfortunately, though, ASI8 have already got 4 elims blank on the north side, which puts them a total of 6 points behind their competitors right now for that third place spot. They want to get rid of them as soon as they can. The good news for them, though, is that ASI8 are kind of trapped in Hatin, right? On that northeast side, getting out of Hatin is going to be pretty tricky. They're towards the edge. Na'Vi a lot more central. The two really powerful spots are Na'Vi's, and I would say Alva from Alter Ego holds the other one. The difficulty of that high ground is it's so just isolated. Was that a knock at that range? Goodness me, just a quick one tap. Or maybe that came from another angle. But Alter Ego still holding off all angles here. IHC moving in from the south. Is Yol going to crash onto Tunch, find an opening towards Alter Ego? I mean, it's kind of how they started to fall down earlier, right? On the last game that we saw on the Northwest Island, taking an early knock, getting flushed away, losing players, bleeding out.
Yeah, it's that lack of expanding of influence, really. I think that Alter Ego haven't done badly from this high ground. I think they would have liked a lot more than just 5 eliminations, but if you are playing on that Northwest Mountain, you somewhat have to commit to that position and hope the circle comes down your way. I would, in fact, go as far to say that ASA actually have a really strong spot, and getting out of Hatin is not as difficult as you might think because they can rotate over towards the northern side and play the coast, and there is a ridge that cuts off a lot of sight lines, so they can play off the back of that quite easily, and there's a lot of hard cover in that area too.
We'll see if they can navigate it. Na'Vi will try and stop them with more motivation than just the points on this game. It's taking ASIA out of the mix because 6 teams remain. The placement's starting to ramp up now, and it's more and more likely that you see these elimination counts go up and up. IWNRX got taken down in the meantime. Not too sure where that happened on the roll-up.
Yeah, it was on the south side. It was a brutal crossfire between ASA as well as Alter Ego, so I don't think they were really making their way out of that one anytime soon. Here's Vengeance though, taking shots over towards Enigma Galaxy. Vengeance actually made a very slick rotate to get ahead of Enigma Galaxy. It was a bit of a gamble.
Na'Vi xarrosh, lekin hali Na'Vi keldigan yo'q. Enigma ham o'ylab yaptı. Innovatsiya yopilib ketdi. Hozir Enigma ham ikkita o'sib qolgan, lekin ko'taryapti. Tepadan bagida juda ham qo'li kelishyapti. Na'Vi ishlab olsa bo'ladi, lekin to's bosimlar. Aya jamoasi o'yinchilari ham kelib to'xtash Na'Vi Asiylar tomonidan qo'ydi. Asiyni o'zi ham qo'ydi. Asiy qamanchigini kelib qo'yapti. Na'Vini asosiy raqobatchi sanalayotgan Asiy hozir bir xil bilan o'tib ketdi. Asiy 8 amallab kelib oldi, lekin Asiy Aya amallab kelib oldi, lekin Asiy 8 bor bu yerda. Apteka qilishga uspet qila oladimi? Qaytib olgan. Qaytgan qo'llari bo'ladi. Asiy 8 dan 8 o'shini ko'tarmoqda. Na'Vi esa zonaning Na'Vi zo'r joyda ekan. Zonaning vahshiy mo'shni joyida.
Yeah, I mean, they would have been out in the blue at that point as well. I think Alter Ego, this was really their only choice to get further into the match. It's a good explode in the vehicle coming through from ASI8. But yeah, now time is limited. But they could pick up an easy extra double here, sending them to 9 eliminations on the game and the highest in the lobby, which would be really fantastic for them. So despite Na'Vi having arguably the best position inside the lobby, they're still on 0 elims. They haven't found much value out of this game. ASA still pumping those numbers. Good side swipe that
Asiy 8 uzun, Asiy 8'ni kuni kelgan ko'radi. Hozir ikkinchi o'ringa ham chiqib olishga juda ham yaqin. yaqin. No, birinchi o'ringa chiqib qoladi balki mana shu ketishda. Venom bilan Navi. Venom ochiqqa chiqishga majbur. Naviga borishga man 4 o'ynatgan Venom. Naviga shunchaki ochiq masofada borishga majbur. Sababi zona kelmoqda Venomning birinchi o'yinda. Fazilat tomondan yo'qotdi. Bu tomonda Fazi ham bor ekanligi, Fazining o'zi ham zasona qolib ketgan zona harakat qilgan. Venom bitta o'yinsiz chiqib qoldi. Fazi ikkinchi o'yinsiz ham bo'lmoqda. Fazi qoldi. Venomning imkoniyat qoldirmayapti. Navi Nigma ham Navi tomonidan o'q qoldi. Navi endigina bitta kill amalga oshirdi. Endi o'sha kill ham hozirgina bo'lmoqda. Ikkinchi killni ham qilmoqda. Fazi Navi tomonidan o'ldi. Mana endi Ven jamoasi uchun zona kirishga majbur. Navi esa zonaning shunchaki fantastik joyida. Venning o'yinchilar ham no'k holatda. Bu tomonda As8 ham kelmoqda. As8 hozir Venning o'yinchilarini killarni kill qilishi mumkin. Ikkita no'k va As8. To'p o'ynalmoqda Navi, As8, Nigma va Ven. Ven jamoasi o'yinchilari hozir yopilib ketsa kerak. As8 ko'rdi. As8 killarni juda ham suyadi. Ikkinchi killda ham o'ynashmoqda. As8 yirik killardan harakat qilmoqda va mana shunga tushdi. As8 balish kartamizda birinchi o'ringa chiqib olishi mumkin. Oy 12 kill. 12 kill. Birinchi o'ringa chiqib oldi bular. O'yin! Navi ham no'k qoldi. 3 ta asi, 3 yoqda emiziyapti.
This flex out has done so
Voy
well.
bilan Navi shunaqa zo'r joyni ushlab oldi. Men ham yopiladi hozir. Navining ikkinchisini ham charchatishdi. O'y, nima qilyapti bular? Shunchaki kuchli motivatsiyada kirganki, hozir natijalar bo'yicha Az8 birinchi o'ringa chiqib olishi mumkin. Naviga kirib kelishdi. Navi bitta o'yinni hali ko'targani yo'q. To'xtasiz bo'libdi va Hayish yomg'irlari. Ko'ramiz Navi qanday shunga Az8 kirib kelib bo'ldi. Kirib kelib bo'ldi.
He's in a lot of danger. Ralph is having a little bit to say about this one.
Venom yo'qday to'xtovsiz killar. Hozir voy 14 ta kill. Navi davay, yaxshi. Bittasi ketdi. Ikkisi ham yaxshi. Navi top 1. Davay Navi.
Here's where they can start to fight back. 3 elims on the tally and they're looking for a
second. Bo'ldi shuncha kill bo'ldi. Navi lekin kill qilmadi. Voy onasini 4 ta kill. Voy! Navi ham no'k. As8 uzum eng yaxshi o'ynayotgan uzum, eng yaxshi mahsulotlardan o'ynayotgan. Bu tomonda As8 ham bilan kelyapti. Navi puncher oldinda, puncher. Drabash vaqt bo'lish kerak. Yana bitta yaxshi. Birga ko'tarib oldi. Navi 4 ta oyoqda. As8 oxirgi o'yinchi Hash yoqtirildi. Ayoq yaxshi. Navi birinchi kartada ajoyib to'pni olmoqda va natijalar bo'yicha eng kamida ikkinchi o'ringa chiqib oldi. Birinchi o'ringa As8 katta ehtimol bilan chiqib oldi va ikkinchi o'ringa Navi chiqib oldi. Navi. Ajoyib o'yin ketma-ket
from Hutton because you are slightly cut off towards that northeast side. But yeah, it was a great rollout, like I was saying. I mean, you have to take advantage of that northern side as quick as possible, and things could have gone absolutely differently for Falak inside that situation.
I feel like that was way too bold from Falak. I mean, they still managed to get a huge game on it. You can see a little bit of frustration there. They feel like they should have won that. They had the outside of the compound. They had that ridge line that you were talking about earlier, and they could not quite convert. They get a little bit too greedy, a little bit end of that game, and Na'Vi are able to do it. And remember, it's not a 2-horse race for third place. Nick the Galaxy as well, still in danger if both Na'Vi and ASIA.
Like'lar bosaylik mujiki. Ketdik. Takka mazaq prank qilaylik. 200 k like go'go'chgalar obunalar, like obunangizni o'chirish kerak. Inglizcha yo'q, menga shunaqa berishgan. Ular hammada shunday. Nima bo'lyapti? Voy bilaman o'zi. Akunaka. Chavit Androidda tushganmi rasmga buni? Mercedes Benz Kismis Mazgi Lisa qiz bo'ladi. Assalomu alaykum. Qalaysiz?
Kim bu?
Yaxshimisiz? Joker.
Joker tog'asi. Mana shu ko'ylakchingizni menga prokatga berib turing.
Xohlasangiz xo'poyingizga ham beraman.
Ha?
Xohlasangiz xo'poyingizga ham beraman.
Nima degan? Kim bor?
Xo'poyingizga degani Anjanchada bir umrga sizga degani.
Ha. Garderobingizda bormi?
Bor ekanmi? Qarangchi nimani?
Garderobingiz ochiqmi? Hozir mana bitta podvorda kiyib beradimi?
Qani garderobga hech qo'ymagandim hech narsa. Ya.
Charles.
Garderob qayerda bo'lardi? Sizga bir qishloqiga o'xshaymanmi?
Assalomu alaykum, yaxshimisiz?
Assalomu alaykum. Rahmat. Uy, sherik qidirolman.
Sherigingiz sizga bilan zay nima ekani bular u po'q qo'ygan u bitta meni sevmayapti-yu bular. Jamki qiz bolamiki?
Assalomu alaykum. Ag'arjonlar, opajonlar, qandoqsiz?
Meniki chiqib xoramdan bo'lgan, meniki chiqib bordi. Nifiga o'zbek deb o'ylamadim men bayrog'im turkiligiga. Bilat. Ayda qiz bolamiki? Simple. Bitta qiz topaylik. Hello my brothers.
What is your name?
Opang nomi.
Huh?
My name is Opang Naomi. Yomon aytadim, nahvi bilan aytaraman-da men. Itara qo'zi bodomini gulin voy jonin voy sahnada go'zal o'ynar. Qani bir qizlar qo'shiq qizlar yo'q-ku. Jamni molda ammi.
Mama.
Salom alaykum.
Joker. Алейкум ассалам. Лев, что за анаконда? Ты бля? Я бля, что ли?
Ruscha bilmayman ya. Ruscha bilan chiqib ketaveradi. Nahv, nega sharmanda bo'lganda ikkita Robiya qo'shildi, Robiya qo'shini, nima qo'shini, Robiya. Robiya ham qo'shini. Yaxshi narsa chiqdi ekan. U o'zi mas'ulchar o'zini. O'zi mendan ham xunuk bo'lsa kerak. Mana qo'shilaylik mashqizga. Mashqizni qulog'ida bitta gapim bor. Dunyo uchun sevma meni, dunyolarni beraymen, chin ish qayerda bo'lsa bonimni ham beraymen. Assalomu alaykum. Qiz yo'q o'ynamayman senlarni. Qiz yo'q joyda men yo'qman bular. Qiz bor joyda men borman bular. Zaharcha o'pillar. Qo'shin endi zaharcha meni, nos qilmang endi. Nima bo'lyapti, chat? Nima bu qizlar bizni mensimayapti? Madina qo'shin endi, Madina. Madina sexy baby. Men titulim legendarnisidan bor ekan. Yigitli bu yigiti bor ekan, nahvu yigitni aytamiz. Yigitini aytamiz, yigitini taqdir xatosi qilamiz. Qani Madina? Madina, come to Dubai. Ha bu nima o'chirib olibdi nimani? Lisa. Qo'shildingmi, o'qisa qo'shilmadingmi? Qo'shiluvdi, qara bunga. Pariza odim go'zal, voy bilichi qo'sh. Hozir o'yin boshlanib qoladi. Mana o'tiraverishimda, bitta qizilashmayapti bular. Qo'shilmayapti ham. Tashama nahvu. Princess. Bu haromli o'zbek emas. Robiya ham qo'shilganmi? Robiya hozir ham tashuvda. Bular nima qilyapti bu? Bular nima aytargali ko'rgan bular endi? Zaharcha. Qo'sh endi. Voy, qo'sh.
Ovozimiz qaytyapti. Kimdir streamdami deymanda?
Assalomu alaykum.
Alaykum assalom. Nima u qiz baxsh ko'rar ekan? Yo, bani urot.
Biznes ekan bular, biznes. Urib omimizni chiqaradi-yu bular.
Yoshlar, beboshlar ko'paydi.
Hi, everyone.
Dinar, eshitilyaptimi?
Chempioniga nahv qilamiz bular. Jamka qiz bolalar.
Assalomu alaykum.
Hello, how are you?
Endi nima qilyapti? Hamma 8 salik nima qilyapti bu somsalar? O'zi iroqtaryaptimi bola? O'yindan boshlandi hozir, pizdes nahvoy. Ketdim avtopalbada yoqib olib zayba qilaman o'ynab. Ko't ekan bular. O'yin boshlanib o'tdi, pizdes nahvoy o'yin boshlanib o'tdi.
As Jason said, the error bells are ringing for some of these other regions. Right now, PMSL, EMEA, they're kind of on top right now. They're doing sick. Like, we just
good right now.
kind of good. We had Team Spirit winning out in Group Yellow. Now it's likely going to be another PMSL EMEA team taking a first place position here in Group Red. Like you say though, still
Davay o'yinni ko'ramiz, boshlandi. O'yinni ko'rib, natijalar ko'raylik.
Have found that spark that they've been looking for quite a while. A return to form. You know, it felt like that rust is just fallen away from the blade, and it's nice to see. It is really nice to see because they look sharp.
Absolutely, definitely honed in on this group, which is hopefully going to be able to maintain, but if they go down early again and there's some good performances, might be tricky stuff. West side circle, blank. We haven't seen it this group, but we saw it plenty of times going over towards Quarry. We'll see if we drop down there again, because it seems like so far we've seen so many shooting range circles in this group. Teams may be unfamiliar with it. Ooh, Tiamba, who have they spotted? I think that's one of the Navi players.
Demak, Navi uchinchi hali turuvchi o'rniga bilib, asli birga chiqarmabdi hali.
Yeah, it's a bit of a difference for Navi right now over towards Milton.
Uchinchi o'ringa lekin uchinchi o'ringa ozgina 3 put tez qoldi Navi. To'rtinchi o'ringa ham quyida qoldi.
Try and get something done here for Navi. It's a little bit out of the way, but
Navi yaxshi birinchi qator agar yaxshiroq o'ynasa eplab ketadi.
Towards the west, it's another one of those circles where it's not going to be easy to play. I did really like Navi's rotates on that last game, and you have to admit, either way you look at it, for Navi in terms of that performance on that map, yeah, they weren't able to get a lot of eliminations, but in terms of where they went, when they went and why they went there. It was all fairly perfect. I just don't think that the knocks and the elims came their way all that often. And ASI8 were just able to pick a lot more eliminations out from the position they were playing, catching a lot of the teams coming off from that high ground on that south side. It was fortuitous on the circle because we've seen a lot of times where, you know, you play hats in, circle moves down towards the south. You're in that exact same situation versus the high ground teams. You're the one who has to come out the cave looking very sad for yourself because you're about to get railed by the teams up on the high ground.
Furia on the prowl in Yasnaya looking for Virtus Pro. The Bears versus the Wildcats over on the northeast side of the map. Both of them going to have to leave, but on Yasnaya positions in general, you can play two teams fairly split. Doesn't mean you can get too confident with it though. You can't get too close to the danger because everybody's ready for a point, you know? You'll take those whenever they do get spotted. ASIA,
Asisakiz ikkinchi o'rinda juda ham 6 PTSdan keyin birinchi o'ringa chiqib olsa bo'ladi. Nigma ham Nigma 9 PTSda va juda yaqin birinchi o'rindan 4-chi o'ringacha bo'lgan natijalar juda ham yaqin top 1da tanlash uchun ko'ramiz. Navi, Nigma, Asisakiz, Ivrex jamoasi o'yinchilari top 1 uchun qattiq kurash olib borishadi. Biz buni esa doimgidek zavq bilan tomosha qilamiz.
And them, right? The way that they play in tandem between one another inside of Erangel, where sometimes IWNRX might want to go for that bridge hold versus ASI8. However, in the past, it's not always worked out. ASI have found the better of them quite a few times. So it does look like you're right, John. IWNRX are going to head over towards the northern side of the quarry early, which is a fair enough move to me, I would say. Getting more control on that north side where you can then back it up into quarry later on. I think that gives you more options in the future. And especially we've seen a lot of times in the past over the multiple years that we've casted PUBG Mobile, the fact that when you get teams isolating around quarry, you get tons of teams all around the outside, and it creates almost this net for the teams within. So if you are one of those teams on the inside of that net, you want to be in a secure position. You be getting picked up by outside teams. And I think where IWNRX is currently placing themselves on that northern edge, that's the smart choice.
Yeah, they've headed to that west side, just north of quarry, a little bit towards those Gatka fields as well. And you're right, it is in general the much more higher expected value play. However, I will bring into the fact that they know that it's ASI8 there, and they know that ASI8 are only 6 points behind. And whilst it may be good for your point scoring in the long run to go for that, it would be worse for ASI8's point scoring if you can take 2 or 3 of their players down.
Inisi ham o'ynalmayapti. 8-chi o'ringa chiqib Qozog'istonni yana bir komandasi, Qozog'istonni yana bir dahshatli komandasi hozir 8-chi o'rinda band qilib turibdi.
Maybe a little bit more convincing for IWNRX to actually maintain a hold on that position. But then again, it's a risky strategy. Very risky.
Yeah, this is what I'm saying. That's why I say this as well, is that for IWNRX, it has been difficult because the multiple times that they've tried to hold that or even drop around ASI8 has been consistently ASI8 winning those fights. Their team is very strong. They have players in there who have been part of the PUBG Mobile scene for a long time. Not always to the greatness that we're seeing here from them. However, it feels like they have been improving time and time again. All credit to their coach as well. Feels like he is being much more supportive of them as a team, which I think is the right thing to do when you come to a team that has a lot of veterans, right? You have to take a step back a lot of times and realize that there is stuff that they can teach you, a lot of times and give them help formulating that plan. It's more about evoking the approach the team wants to make in those games. I think the way that he's spoken so far for them, especially with the interviews with Seven, it sounds like he knows what he's doing. I think that is something that's certainly helping out ASI8, so well done.
They have been certainly very impressive so far. And the biggest surprise in this group, I think it's safe to say, for ASI8 to be able to come up and compete for that first place spot. Great stuff coming on through. Falcons Force on the south side next to Tianba right now, going past Farm, and I think both of these two teams kind of the opposite, and I guess also one of the biggest surprises of these groups. Falcons doing a little bit better than Tianba right now, 79 to 70. but both of them were expected to be top 3 performers. I think by the majority of analysts or anyone looking at this group, you would have been putting them certainly in the conversation, if not in your top 3. So the fact that they are falling
Boştan
behind,
Asisakiz'den kill
in some
kılardı.
cases
Bunun
at
imzi
risk
vardı
of not
kill
even
kılıçta
qualifying for
Asisakiz.
survival stage, it's a little bit surprising.
Yeah, I again, there is a fair few amount of teams here. This is I mean, we've said it multiple times now throughout both groups that we just have a really competitive lobby. We don't even have a competitive lobby. We have a competitive amount of teams here in PMGC. All 48 of the teams that did join us, like, damn, it's been an incredible time watching all of these teams play. We haven't even got to our final group just yet, but so far, I don't think really. It's IHC and Furia that so far have been the teams that stand out as not so great teams, but it's not like they can't tango with the rest of these boys, right? I mean, we know IHC's a strong squad. We know Furia has good players on side. They are just being outshone a little bit by some of these other squads. Again, would you say Virtus Pro is a bad team?
Navi nok. Balat Navi bittas nok.
No, I would agree.
David, Navi 3'te qaldı. Nifiga. Urishga, davay, let's go. Yaxshi bittasi urchildi flip, ajoyib. Tiyabandan qasos olish, motodagida urchib qo'ysa bo'ladi. Voy, yaxshi. Navi xarosh, mujiklar, mujiki.
Sean should have been going at a fair lick faster, and it looks like Navi are on the hunt. They want retribution. They want some points from this.
Voy, yaxshi flip. Ular uryapti, gashi.
Oh,
Очень хорошие ребята.
So brutal. Goodness me. What a way to go.
I mean, look at it this
Yomon
way.
qildi, Filip yomon qildi.
You find one Elam onto Navi. You create such anger within this squad that they hunt you down in vehicles, and Flip picks up time and time again some disgusting shots over towards them. It is real nice. I mean, Flip was so on the money. Every single one of those shots.
Navi хороший, просто хороший.
And Flip both in that same vehicle, because both of those players really have breathed.
Bo'ldi, 3-chi o'ringa chiqdi Navi. Endi o'yin davom ettirishga. Ular 3ta qoldi. Ehtiyot bo'lib davom ettirishga. Tiyan 3 o'yin bilan xayrlashdi. 9-chi o'ringa ketayotgan Tiyan, Xitoyning komandasi.
On the tiebreaker with the chicken dinners accrued. For Enigma Galaxy, I think that they just had a horrible 2 Miramars yesterday. They were far away ahead of a lot of other squads inside of this lobby at the middle mark of day 2. And I still do think they can bring it back, but ASIA very much on a tear, as at IW and RX.
Kazakhstan.
I just want to go back a little bit to what you were saying about it's nice to see Lemon and Flip in the vehicle, right? Flip, great shots, right, coming through, but very, like, a massive amount of credit to Lemon for keeping that vehicle steady as well, like finding smooth parts of ground, knowing when those firing opportunities are coming up, allowing his teammate to just nail those sprays on a smooth transition. Really, really important, and it's a real pair play there. So it's Flip nailing the shots, but it's Lemon nailing the driving as well. So fantastic stuff from Navi.
Furia oynamasa ham bo'ladi. O'sha 16-chi o'rinda
Managed to get in on the north side, close to IHC. The battle for the bottom is on the north side this time.
Voy, nimani qaylab VPN qaranglar.
Yeah, it's got to be done. I think a lot of teams are kind of changing their approach to this one. ASA8 currently here looking over towards Virtus Pro.
Tizzi yemoqda. AC8 aka ular yaqin demak. AC8 hozir kill ishlab oladi. Free kill ishlab oladi hozir.
I see. I think that I think I've just gone blind. I was like, that's full HP, right? Because I don't see any health bar on there. But no, they do pick up Tixi from Virtus Pro. And again, another not so hot game
yana bosimlar 3ta qoldi. VP Sherilarning yoniga yetib keldi.
They'll have to move down towards the south side. Luckily, the circle does shift on down towards the south, so they can pick up position on this southern edge towards Primorsk. This will keep them safe. I think for Virtus Pro, this is likely the best decision you can make in the future, is just to play over towards that north side.
Inisi ham ish mumkin venlar bilan.
Is the central focus.
Oy, yaxshi.
As I said before, we saw a lot back in Group Yellow, and now it's Group Red's turn to try and dig what they can out of this game. A shot, a knock, a confirm as well for Vengeance.
Venlar ham birinchi kill qilishdi.
Southwest side of Quarry this is. They are taking a little bit of a look over that way. IWNRX on the north side of Quarry right now. TJB towards the south on the hill that sits to the south of Quarry.
Royda ham nok yaxshi, tik yaxshi o'ynayapti. Royni necha o'rindaydi? Roy teparoqda menimcha. Roy 6-o'rinda ekan. Geroy jamoasi o'yinchilari 6-o'rinda, lekin bir o'zini holatda tik. Asosiyroq tik necha o'rindaydi? Tik 13-o'rinda ekan, yaqinlashib kelishyapti. Tur ham tim jamoasi o'yinchilari Geroy jamoasiga qaytish yo'qtilmoqda. Oy, yaxshi!
Surprising team. That's a nice name from Colgo, who is consistently really putting out the numbers here for Team Queso. But yeah, like I said, it's an interesting one from Getso Roy because we didn't really see they had fantastic performances from the start. They have just been managing to get towards a lot of these end games. Their rotates are fairly clean, albeit some of their fighting isn't always the best. But in terms of getting towards position, Getso Roy's pretty damn good at that.
It's the same story, I think, for Incilio. These were the two teams that, you're right, I was talking about seeing them a lot, right? Seeing their nameplates a lot in these later games. And you're right to sort of criticize them on their fragging potential, though. It's not quite up to the standards that we're seeing towards the top of the tables, or even from some of the players lower down those standings, because they're not able to access those late game frag out scenarios. Vengeance trying to get across TJB's sight lines, and that is dangerous. However, seems like they'll be successful here. FaZe being pushed in on the north side, moving in, Mela and Mormon on the north, regrouping with the forward position. Furia to their west, Nick Galaxy out to their east, so a dangerous approach from FaZe.
Yeah, for FaZe, it will be difficult. They have to find some early shots here on
Boshlandi fazi, Furia, yaxshi, kerak, Furiyaga kerak. Fazi ham 12-chi o'rinda ketyapti. Ayni paytda Furia yaxshi o'ynamoqda. Fazidan ko'ra hali jamoa hech kim yo'qotgani yo'q. Fazi esa birinchidan Furia tomonidan kaltaklamoqda. Javob qaytishga bo'lishi mumkin, qaytish o'xshamadi. Fazida zona yo'q, Furiyada zona bor. Fazi esa har tomondan kaltaklanmoqda.
They are grinning away. This is a gleeful circle for them.
Absolutely.
Fazi ajoyib qaytishga bo'lishi mumkin. Uloqtirildi.
FaZe having a real tough time. Damage done back over to Furia. Look at silence up on that high ground as well.
Fazi anchagina kaltaklayapti. Furia ishonch o'ynamoqda. Nigma ham o'z hissasini qo'shdi. Ayni paytda ikkinchi option mumkin.
Galaxy, we saw how much they liked the third party in
David
yesterday's game.
Nigma o'z David Warda yana 3-chi o'ringa qaytib oldi. Afsuski Navi yana 4-chi o'ringa chiqib qolmoqda. Nigma ham birinchi kundan amalga oshirdi. Bu yerda jamoalar ko'p kelib qolish uchun Furiyaga ham bosimlar. Furiya ham no'k holatda ajoyib 3x. Oy, nima qildi? Malades, Ashiki bu.
Jump up over ASIA, maybe even contend with IWNRX.
I mean, Nigma Galaxy don't have a bad position to play this game out. I think their real struggles are going to come later in terms of deciding where they want to play going forward.
Oh, yaxshi!
Finds another from FaZe.
Furia ham yo'qdi. Faza yopilib ketdi. Nigma ham hisobni sekin yozdi. Nigma hozir ikkinchi o'ringa chiqib oladi.
Guys over on FaZe. Yeah, for
they
have them potentially dead to rights here. Need some strong shots over towards their way, but a good dip out and quickly finding those eliminations. In the meantime, it's IWNRX coming up against IHC. 2 down, and it's just Zed Wolf remaining, and it's time for him to prove his worth.
IWNRX moving very quickly out on their west side and nade over towards Godless.
Voy, yaxshi, Ivrix ham yopildi. Va peloton oxirgi o'yin. Mana endi pastda ekanman, Easy menimcha AC8 birinchi o'ringa chiqib oladi. Keyin Nigma ham AC8 3 o'ynayapti. Nigma esa 4 ta, Navi esa 3 o'ynamoqda. Ko'ramiz. Top 4dagi barcha gamanda birinchi o'ringa chiqib olish uchun dahshatli imkoniyat. Endi qiz yetganda bu yoqda. Bugun ikkita bugun qo'li kelmayapti. Aslida ikkinchisi ham ikkita qoldi. Aynan Navi bor bilan asosiy raqibchi yonida.
Navi controls that high ground position. But yeah, that was a great play from Navi. I think me and you both assumed that them crossing in from the eastern side, likely ASIA was just going to shut them down as they entered. But yeah, fantastic crash from them.
Really well-timed push, seemingly finding that opening, managing to jump through the hoops.
Davay endi ko'raylik.
Their approach here, whilst maybe well principled might not work out too well for them. Because Na'Vi can take shots through those corridors, it's going to force Falcon's Force to take a full-on, straight-up fight directly and linearly into these buildings. Right? You can't use those side angles, you can't use those off angles, unless you can get some picks over towards Na'Vi. Na'Vi control a lot of the pace of this. The good news for Falcon's Force is they don't need to go for the they can just maintain position here and try and play for the next circle.
Nah, he's been thrown in from either side. Flip's looking to get another one going through as well. Okay, so here against Nick the Galaxy, and this was talking about earlier in terms of what was their crossing looking like in the future. I think that might be the entirety of Nick the Galaxy actually going down in the blink of an eye. Just one player left remaining for them in Ralph as he has to make a quick send.
He's just about living spins out on the
back behind the tree. I don't think so.
No, he's got taken down there. Will meet his maker. Trying to go for a wild rotate. It was a really difficult approach for Nick. They get 3 elims, and Na'Vi can go on the chase now. The next circle keeps them in this. 5 elims on the tally already. They're looking to try yet either, which means that Nick the Galaxy only get the 3 points from the elims they found.
And Nick the Galaxy, unfortunate ending for them. 105 points.
Ay Hamzonada, Roylar zonani yoq joyda, garajda harakat qilishmoqda.
This 4-horse race towards that
Na'Vi
could quite confidently get back into that first spot on that southeast side. There's a ton of potential eliminations for Na'Vi as well in ASI8, Falcons, and the final player from Tiamba. Colgo, though, he's been having a great time this game. The majority of this tournament so far in Group Red, I mean, he has been
seemingly their playground right now, and we haven't really talked too much about it. We touched on it earlier a little bit, but TJB, slap bang on the high ground in the middle of this circle, are on for a really good game. No elims just yet, but we talk about this a lot. When you get that central strong position, in general, you're looking to stage 5, the end of stage 5.
Oh, yaxshi, mana shu kerak edi. Falcon ajoyib, Falcon kerakli ishni qilyapti. Asin oxirgi o'yinchi qoldi. Kirishyapti, Falcon yopib yuborishi mumkin, eng kerakli natija bo'ladi. Na'Vi 3-o'rinda. Asi ham yopilib ketsa, Na'Vi 1-o'ringa chiqib oladi. Asi yopilib ketsa.
So that backstab potential is taken away. Na'Vi
kelishdi. Falcon kirib keldi.
Involved with this in the future. I mean, it'd be good to take them down whilst they're distracted with the final player from ASI8. I think they're more comfortable just to hold the position that's inside the circle. They know that even if Falcons are able to clear the spot,
yopildi zo'r.
Good name.
Asi 8 yopildi. Mana Na'Vi qoldi faqat. Falcondan tepaga ko'tarib oladi. Na'Vi vahshiy birinchiga chiqib oladi.
So not quite as bombastic as our previous match there on Sandhawk.
Na'Vi able to get a point here and ladder up into 3rd now. Blank Nick the Galaxy pushed out of that 3rd place bubble. How far can Na'Vi go now? Because the question that is can they reach IWNRX on 114 points? They're on 105 right now. Have just taken a knock though.
Yeah, that's from Alter Ego. I think Six has been looking out that way quite frequently, and I think Alter Ego finally do find the number. Again, it's one of those positions where you expect a team to be, so you are checking that balcony quite frequently. So I think that Na'Vi needs to be a little bit more cautious on those peaks now as we get more into that slow portion of the match at 20 minutes in. It goes through, another one on that top side. Yeah, Na'Vi starting to suffer a little bit, and they have just allowed Falcons to push on through. There is that off angle still available. Six again needs to be careful. This is a position he wants to play to stay out of danger, but he knows that there are those sidelines from Alter Ego behind him on that north side. And we are waiting for this next circle shift, which might accelerate this fight quite a bit, but instead will definitely slow it down once again. Both these teams know that they need to win, though. They are on the slow side of the circle, so can play this out.
Falcon'ni qayishga tugamadi, Na'Vini ko'rmadi. Voy, Noy! Voy, bilan mash kerak emas edi, mash kerak emas edi, mash.
Alter Ego definitely could crash. Although it's not in the circle, it might be a little bit of a misstep. Six, however, up on the balcony.
Why, Blatka?
They hear the fighting, going to jump out wide. And in comes the Falcons' force. Are they finally going to be able to find their feet into Group Red? And have
Falcon
that big
yomon,
bombastic
Falcon
performance
azartda.
with only 2 players left. They've got Lemon left to handle.
Limon endi ozgina Limonni ham bilishadi. Hozir
For
Hayesh
six there, I
Karamimiz
feel bad
sho'rsa
for him.
kerak.
Again, that's just some of the nerfs going through his DBS, where he tags them on the side there.
Voy
That's a
bila,
nice
yomon
nade from
qildi
Isaac.
Falcon.
Navi fall short on that game.
Ikkinchi o'rinda qolib ketdi.
I really do
Juda
think
ham
they could have pushed that a lot further.
ishlasa bo'lardi,
7 elims,
ishlasa
though, is
bo'lardi.
not bad, but that's all it'll be
VP ham
grabbing off the
yopildi,
back of this
Inislar
one as
tomonidan.
Falcons
Inis
do
ham
take
yaxshi,
them out.
8-chi o'ringa
It
ko'tarildi.
was
Yaxshi
somewhat
ketyapti.
lukewarm in
5-chi
terms of their
o'ringacha
defense
natijalar juda ham
versus
yaqin.
Falcons as they made that crossing. I think partly that's because they have to commit the time to the res. 6 goes down at such an unfortunate moment
Inisi
for
4
them.
o'ynayaptimi, 3
And I do think
o'ynayapti.
that is partly his
Tik
fault on the
bilan
fight, because I don't think he should
Tajaba ham
be
yaxshi
picking
narsa,
Alter
7-chi
Ego.
o'ringa
They
ketyapti
should be
Tajaba
way
ham.
more focused over towards that Falcons crossing.
Zona
Alter Ego
yuryapti,
was something that they wouldn't have to deal with for a long time.
I think it all comes back to a little bit on their initial crash, right? They got an opening to ASI8, but they didn't conclude that fight, and that may have forced them into suboptimal defense positions against that Falcons force approach, because Falcons were able to consume the ground that ASI8 were holding beneath them. And I feel like, sure, the hold wasn't super strong, but I think there were multiple factors that played into that, not least of which Na'Vi crashed into the north side earlier on. Themselves. As we turn our attention now to the north side, Team Queso trying to push TJB off this high ground, but they're not giving.
And for TJB, it's a strong spot. It is, however, exposed to multiple positions. There isn't really all that much hard cover in that location. This is just going to rely on pure mechanical skill. Luckily for Tongjiabao, they are filled with mechanical skill. They have boatloads of it. And I think this is one of the few locations where I would have good confidence in Tongjiabao to be able to hold on to this spot. Nades are going their way though now, and they're not taking too many shots outwards. A little bit of a shack controlled for 676, who unbelievably deadly.
With that pump action as well on the back, slung behind the scar. Team Queso go for a roll up, and it's getting messy over on the north side. Rosemary out for Team Queso. Finally get taken out. It's a rollout as well for TJB. They're looking to third party. A lot of damage done to Team Queso, but it's Melodious to try and stand tall. Melodious on the off angle as well. 676. Can he find the spray? No connection. And there's a third party that comes through from the Falcons, and Team Queso will be going down very, very low. Can they keep their heads above water here? Because TJB may have just stumbled.
It was a great crash coming through from Team Queso. A little bit explosive in terms of losing 2 players on that run-up, but in terms of the smokes they're able to place down, the nades that went through, they did clear out that fight. So Team Queso down to 2 players, but 10 elims on the game after taking down Enigma Galaxy. So a strong spot overcome by Team Queso versus Alter Ego. Squads inside the lobby of Enigma Galaxy. Trade there onto Tongjiabao, but it's all for naught there.
Yomon qizyapti. Onlaynni istiqbolga chiqarib olyapti. Bu o'yinlar organizmga.
Circle does not favor anyone. It's over towards the roadside. This is a very, very difficult circle to play in the end game. And again, this is a case where stage 7 is probably going to be the most important stage of finding those pickoffs and maintaining a full squad.
Incilio down. Try to move close to the shack that Furia hold, but will not work out. 6 teams now remain. Melosa launching a nade. Only the one left in the back pocket. TJB. This was a really timely flex out for them. It looked a little bit messy, but they managed to get all of their players alive and kept back up to the north side. But
yaxshi, Venom frikiller. THB ishlasa bo'ladi, 3 ta
there as well.
Voy.
Careen into a wall of lead.
THB ancha kelib qoldi, ancha division yoqib qoldi
TJB's hold from the north side, but TJB equally, they're going to have to move. The removal of engines from that west side does make it a lot easier though.
I mean, they understand that.
THB Falcon ham yaxshi ajoyib comebackni amalga oshirdi. Anchagina jamoalarni qiynab turibdi, jamoalarni yo'q qildi. Va mana bu yerda THBni ham ursa bo'ladi. THB ham bosimda bo'lyapti. Yaxshi zarbalar berilishni boshladi. Uni urishib qo'ysa bo'ladi. Yo'q qilgan
we control the northern edge. And it's going to be up to teams down on that south side to either fight against one another. We just need to have a little bit of interaction. It's around about a 62% chance of the win rate for Tongjiabao, and I would 100% agree with that fact. They have so much control in this lobby. Now, getting this close to Falcons is an interesting maneuver.
Men menimcha THB to'p biroz kerak katta ehtimol bilan. Agar Falcon yopsa asosiy raqib Falcon.
You can see that smoke is dropping. They're playing outside of it, trying to confuse Falcons, but there's still nades in the back pocket. Icy has got 4 of them. A nade over that will isolate the angles. He's looking more towards the edge of the blue here. That looks like it might be on target, but it doesn't go quite long enough. The cook just a little bit too long. Up on the high ground, you've still got longs going. Malloy still hiding out behind his little ridge, his little buggy, and Furia yet to leave their shack.
Falcons have, I like this roll up from Tongjibao. I think that they could have potentially set up a little bit further back there and just gone for shots like this as the circle started to push in. Instead, they try and get a forward out.
Furia bor. Furia zonada emas. Hozir Furia ochiqlikka chiqadi. THB o'yinsa qayta ayol qarab turibdi Furiani otgani.
I think that's the dangerous proportion.
THB ko'taryapti, ya'ni imkoniyati THBda o'z joyiga qaytadi.
They knew they controlled all of that area. Again, this is dangerous, but okay.
No way. You can go for, how did he get away with that? Longs is
Hozir
there.
VP Vitspro arqadan Tifo Falcon urishi mumkin.
Didn't spot that. Didn't even take shots.
He is smoked off right now as he's making his way in. If they lose longs, it's very bad news for them.
Oh, a little bit of a mishandling here.
Furia
try and leave. Actually, he's picking up one of those.
Afsuski Falcon ikkilanib chopfor THB.
Yeah, they are all out on the southwest
side. THB ni ham dabit qildi Falcon. Falcon maksimal darajada diviziyoniya qilyapti. Vitspro ham bor orqada. U ham asta-sekinlik bilan kelyapti. Qizig'i Vitsproni hech kim bilmaydi. Mana endi ko'ramiz Falcon ham ochiqqa chiqib Vitspro vaziyatda foydali qolib to'pni olib ketish imkoniyati yuqori.
And they know where the Falcons force are to lead.
Davay endi Malloy kerak. Vitspro ham hech bo'lmasa top 11 kirib, yana keyinga tapchi yana bir marta kurashda qatnashish kerak Vitspro ham.
Players on that western side already. So it's a question whether TJB thinks that there isn't any more squads on the edge of the map. Good step up from Triple S. Instantly gets back down again, and Icy has to pull off some magical plays here. The Tongjibao will find that one. Now there's one final player inside the lobby, and it is Malloy from Pro. This is probably the furthest we've seen Pro get into a game for Tongjibao. Good step up from Malloy, though, on the M4 here, John.
They'll have used a lot of nades trying to get rid of Falcon.
Davai Malloy, davai!
Actually, super easy to get this one done. The middle of the circle has to
give
up a little bit, and TJB not looking to push forwards. They're waiting for him to step up and go for the pair fire here. 676 and Triple S. Need to be careful though. If you're overexposed, if you just get clipped, you could be in a 1v1 situation in a very Pro still has one more player to deal with, but it's 676 has to stand up and 676 stands up for the
Why
out in the open. Finally it's put to bed as Flower gets back TJB able with multiple times where it looked a little bit hairy to close that game down. The fight versus TK, so the flex out on the north side, they keep everyone alive, and on the south side, they hold their nerve against Malloy.
I just think that there was a situation there where the two players down if Icy was slightly more on target with those nades, it could have been an easy double for them. So an interesting maneuver from TJ.
Yomon bo'ldi ya jigarlar. Yomon bo'ldi bu o'yinlar. Chatda nima bo'lyapti? Pikodan red. Chatga qaramay turdim. Rahmat. Ukam qalaysan ahvollarini Johir ukam. Akam qalaysiz Asbi aka bilan. Like'lar bosaylik bolalar, biznes bor, bo'pti. Shu yapman bitta kuchli komandasilar tanigan komanda yo'q, lekin dunyo miqyosli komandalar bor bolalar. Pardishga qilishga arziydi. Maza qilib tomosha qilib o'tirishga arziydi. Like'lar bosingizlar. Neslarga yozaydim ajoyib o'yinini. Livikdagi ajoyib bu g'aroyib. Javohir bu g'aroyib bo'ladi. G'aroyib bu ajoyib, biznes bo'ladi Javohir bu g'aroyib. Voy bir nastroyga, Dunyo aqlimni zor yig'latgani zo'r o'g'lim. Endigina round o'ynayman nahvoy. Mayra aka kimdan so'raysiz birovni mashinasiga? Chol zo'rmisiz bari? Mayor ekan. Qalaysiz? Chiroyli qiz, qayerga tushasiz? Bunday mikrofoningiz bormi? Mikrofoningiz bormi? Qayerga tushasiz? Eventga tushing. Ikkinchi etajga tushing, hali balkondan kiring, birlashib tortishamiz. Voy, kulishlaringizdan o'ldiradi-ku organizmda. O erplarni ham birinchi o'rinda chiqadi. Bu qizi puli ko'p ekan-ku. Qayerga tushasiz eventda?
Aytmayman.
Voy, ertalabgacha otardim. Bitta qizilashtirdim shekilli bola, o'zim otsam bo'ldi mana shu qizni. Aytmayman. Uxlamay otaman, men buni qizlardi. Dunyo aqlimni zor yig'latgan zo'r o'g'lim. Ha, mana shu qiz topaman. Mana shu qizilashtirman va sizlar hayron qolasizlar. Otib qo'ydi, xorram otib qo'ydi, mana maytda otib qo'ydi. Mash pidir otib qo'ydi, so'sga bilan. So'sga bilan. Mash qiz topamiz bola, full mash qizda. Hamma mash qiz do'xtarsin, ishinglar tashinglar bola. Mash qiz do'xtaringlar full bo'linglar, ishi vaqti yo'q. Bu hamma shu qiz do'xtarsin. Qaytishamiz-ki? Jonimiz sira ekan bu qiz topamiz. Men sizlarga va'da beraman, mash qiz topib sizlarga ilashtirib beraman. Potpichkilarimga. Sevib qoldim shu bolani. Sevib qoldim shu bolani. Ye. Kayfiyati yaxshi, cho'ta divjeniya bor. 5 ta ham qayishga olaman. Mano, canım benim. İdi suda. Morgan çöp geçseydi. Qani endi o'qiz? Qanisiz siz? Topdimmi?
Nima qilardingiz otib? Madam jonivorlardim-ya.
Sherilaringiz qayerda?
Uzoqda.
Jondolsiz, jondoldiga borib o'zim jondol emas tomosha qilib turasiz hozir. Qaytlaysiz?
Marsdan.
Ha? Marsdan.
Bilen tomga tushib olganimda bor-ku.
4 ta o'rtamga tushganlaringni ham o'talmasdinglar-ku meni.
Men o'talmasdim.
Men kuchli emaslardan, ancha kuchli emaslardan men.
Qo'ysiz-chi.
Bitta qiz yelkamda ko'tarmagan, birinchisi bo'ldingiz. Endi. Ha? Hozir 20 sekund vaqt qoldi. Yaxshi kamanda bilan o'ynaydi, menga o'xshab kuchlilar bilan o'ynaydi-da.
Yo'q,
Andijonli ekansiz, toshna borish Andijon shevasi kelyapti. Yana ko'rishamiz biz. İlaçdan akhoy. Akay kuchaydi o'shi. Andijonli bo'lsa vahshiy. Dunyo ahli, dunyo o'zim 5 kunlik safot. Gohi safot, gohida jafo. Tashlab ketgan o'sha bevafo. Yoshligimga qaytgim keladi. Onam yopgan issiq nonlarni eslab do'stum. Bular qaranglar bo'ldi, hozir mana qiz bilan romantik sevgi hikoyamiz boshlandi. Avf. Tezroq katta boshlamasa движение qilib olaylik. Kimdir keldi yana. Mayli, u odam jonivor, men roziman. Ko'karsan shu bola, ketdik biz zonaga. Zona qayerda ekan endi? Tashlab ketgan o'sha bevafo, yoshligimga qaytgim keladi. Siz ham mendek ezilgan kecha. Hatta bo'lishi mumkin endi u qizlar. Pot pichiklar aytinglarchi menga, pot pichiklar. Munni otyapman, kill qilyapti, o'zi ko'tardi yana. Qayerda ko'tardi lekin? Mana, mashlar. Jalab! Pizdes qildim u. Ko'rdinglarmi bolalarga nima uchirib qo'yganimni? Mana maytlarisidan ko'tarishgan.
Marked a location.
Mayli, qizlar olchi yashadi. Big zor chucha. Siz ham mendek qatanga ko'targanda bo'laysizlar buni. Men po'xni bashsiz topganiga. Sevadi yorim bilan. Sevadi yorim meni. Men ham sevaman uni. Kunlari azob berib Voy xolayniski, voy momayniski, voy bila, voy xorami. Voy jallab. Voy bilan shuncha lutim. Voy bilan shuncha lutim. Bilan nana voy bilan adashibman. Darası okun komadı. Vay canım kaçışıp yani. Bunu yiyelim yani. Vay canım nahve dedi. Hata qildim oğlum. Hata qilmadim. Chista molli qildim. Chista pabratskiy molli qildim. Hata qilmadim. Chista pabratskiy bo'zaylik qildim. Chichvordis. Bizdes dalbo'yib xonada o'qiyman ki bir bo'lmasa o bola mana endi o'qi. Chat yozdi. Nima? Zadeshka aka survor aytib, Zadeshka necha aka keyin servorasiz aytib oling, servorasiz aytib oling. Zadeshka yo'q. Bola prosta chatga qaramay turib, chunki dujina qilaturdim. Like bosmaganlar, bittadan like bosa olaylik, bolalar bilan. Yashashdan maqsad qolmay qolyapti. Bemaqsad bo'lib ketyapmiz. O'jiganlar bittadan like bosaylik. Qizdurja tashamadim menga. Tashamaydim, nima o'ylaysizlar bo'ldi? Tashasin. Sevgim benim geçişken sevgim. Sanki başka oyundan boshlanib qoldi. Like'lar bosamiz, pabratskiy jigarlar. 500 ta qilib qo'yaylik like'larni, biz ham ko'karaylik, biz ham baxtli hayot kechirishga haqqimiz bor-ku bu dunyoda. Dar tashang monnaga biladi. Men ID'sini bilmadim. U qiz menga tashlash kerak, o'ldirganim chiqadi-yu. Oxir buni seni o'ldirdi bo'ldi, tashlaydi og'zim aytdi, sizlarga yedirib berman. O'zim uchun emas, sizlar uchun bu bolalar, bu sevgi qilsam, to'g'risi. Lekin anjonlikka o'xshayapti.
Bekhoş.
Alisher yaxshi qiz.
Voy zo'rku, qayerga ketyapsiz?
Tamam, qoch keti.
Uzcart javob
Tushasiz.
Sizda oppoch o'ynamas ekan, qo'lingizdan kelmasa.
Og'ir ekansiz, ko'tarolmadim. Bular qiz o'qiyapti ya bolalar, yomon o'qiyapti. Bular ovqatlar bo'lib ketdi bular. O'qiz o'ryapman bular. Siz ham mendek Alexaga oppoq kiyimni qisami? 9 gramga sho'ring, 20 gramga kech qoldi. Voy jallab! Voy bilat! Tavash izgasiz. Yetişemeyapman. Zo'rtova bilat. Bular u qizni tashlamaydi shekilli bolalar, pizdes men siqilyapman. Hali boshlanmabdi, ketdi yana bitta san. Yana bitta. Qoravoy. O'shanda bor edi yonimda otam. O'shaldan bormidi mendayin xotam.
Javohir boom.
Javohir boom.
Boom boom boom.
Chum chum chum.
Nimaga?
Gap xotinlarda o'ladi. Qanaqa gapmi bular?
Dadangga to'g'ri qo'yaman. Yo, dalga bitta beparon sotiradi. Yo, o'shinjadan biri. Yo, boom.
Qizlar bormi? Alo, Sichqon, qizlar bormi?
Javob o'zingmisan?
Qo'shni, qo'ymasmi senga?
Onangni ami bor. Javob
Gel o'zbekmiz. Yo, so'kinmaydi. O'zbek so'kmaydi. Bola boshdan kinga olib tushaman, o'laman sirazi o'yinga qo'yaman. Laqla bosaylik bolalar, laqladi.
Javohir qo'taq.
So'ka men jigar, o'zbekmiz ayu. O'yin boshlandi bola. O'yinni ko'ramiz va keyingi seriyada mana shunday qiziq voqealarni guvohiga aylanasizlar.
Yes. Let's go. One piece mentioned.
Bani qiz uzatishmagan chataq bo'ldi-da, to'g'risi bola mujikchaga.
Oh dear. Plane path from Lipovka over towards the west coast, so again fairly nice and easy for our teams to get down to the ground. Hopefully, no casualties.
Davay ketdik ko'ramiz.
We saw IWNRX with some crazy hot drop on the previous game, previous day rather, early on in the matches.
Qoramiz tushdimi? Billah qoramiz tushdi. Hozir kelaman.
Yeah, this is a little bit easier for teams to move on down towards. I think right now, like the boys on the desk were saying, there are going to be some Hail Marys required going into match 3. We have 9 games remaining, 10 including this one, which is always going to be rough for some squads because now you have to risk it all. And it's very difficult right now, especially because this is the first time we're seeing in groups at least a bit more of a point sponge towards the top side of the lobby and very, very equal tallies towards 8th downwards. So you see 78 points right now for Getso Roy, with 14th being with 63. This is all changeable in one match. One match is all it requires for some of our teams down towards going home scenarios to get into going to survival stage.
Triple S, figure out which seat you're going to sit in. Come on, be reasonable. Stop jumping about. He'll turn that car around, take you back over to Rozok, and then you'll have to deal with Getso Roy. And how would you like that? I don't think you like that very much. Goodness me. Worst sort of passenger, you know? Can't keep still. Furia over in Yasnaya Poliana. Again, a split drop on this area. This time though with Na'Vi, not with Virtus Pro.
Yeah, no, I think for Na'Vi, it's much easier for them over towards Yaz. This is where they're usually dropping, rather than Mini Milta down towards that south side. This is where they prefer to drop. They actually don't loot here for a very long time though, which I always find very curious, honestly. Typically, they'll have a very cursory loot in this area. Though, to be fair, from looking what some of these players have on board, they seem to be already fairly well looted. But they tend to get themselves out of dodge. But with a circle that heads over towards this northeast side, it's not massively necessary to scout out too far. I think a lot more teams have been studying the circles as well, where Mansion and the eastern edge of the map were a little bit more open, allowing Na'Vi to make some of those rotates out there. But this time around, you got Team Queso towards the south and Alter Ego taking up more presence on Mansion as well as Lipovka. Pretty basic split. A lot of times, if you drop Lipovka, you do want to have two outposts on that western side, which is what Alter Ego's doing with Alva as well as Rosemary, because Lipovka's very hard to scout from. I know what's happening off in the distance. So if you are playing in a 4-man squad at home, yeah, try this out.
Could be something that can improve your performance. You love to see that. Always good to get a little bit better every day. That's all you've got to do. Beat yourself from yesterday. It's a life lesson from John Allen from Blank. There you go. I was just thinking back to last game a little bit, Blank, because Virtus Pro dropped in East Yaz. Na'Vi weren't there. Do you think Virtus Pro were trying to hot drop onto Na'Vi?
I'm not sure. Maybe, possibly. I actually don't know. I think honestly, if you're Virtus Pro, I don't think hot dropping on Na'Vi is the greatest and latest of ideas, but certainly something to go for. Remember, the keyword of the day right now, according to Juice, is the Hail Mary.
Yeah, we've got to try and go for some wild out-of-the-box plays. I mean, certainly if you're IHC or Furia, it is Hail Mary time, right? You just got to find something. But I think not too many teams or players or watchers as well going to be looking at them and thinking, yeah, they're a threat towards the tables right now, because they are really doing a little bit worse. Well, a lot bit worse than the rest of these lobbies. I mean, the fact that TJB and Falcon Force as well were able to keep up based on that last game towards the top side with... Sure, they were talking about the consistency of the top of the tables, but a lot of them went down quite early last match. And that did allow TJB and Falcon's Force to get out to the inside, rather towards the outside of the track. Goodness me, got to get my prepositions right. But yeah, they are going to have an outside chance to jump up towards those top three based on that last game, almost alone.
It is interesting. I mean, you look at the leaderboards right now, I'm sure you guys have noticed already. Nickman Galaxy 105, ASI8 106, Na'Vi 106. It's really close grouping. Tongjubao and Falcons, though, off that last game, nicely done. 94 points and 96, opening up that lead a little bit, allowing more teams to make their way through. And this has happened quite frequently through Group Red, where some of our top teams, that performance has died out a little bit, allowing some of our other teams to catch up somewhat. I think for Tongjubao, this is a team that absolutely is gunning for a top 3. They deserve a top 3. Seven was talking about preparation. In the meantime, I think that's fair enough. Honestly, for the Chinese region, they have so many games, and it is a really rigorous schedule that they have to go through on their side, and amount of games they have to play. So getting ready for some of these international tournaments is always sometimes a little bit difficult. But for Tongjubao, like I said, adaptation is something that can happen quite quickly for a strong team like this.
Very unlikely to get back up here, but it's possible. I mean, the crawbacks can come through, but no, that nade sealed the deal. The tag on the damage from Frozen. Good news for IWNRX, adding a point to their tally early on. First blood is drawn.
It's a lot of nades, though, for one Elam. For IWNRX, they're not going to get a lot of those back either. Down towards the southwest edge. So a huge amount of utility expended. Now, I think that what they assumed was there was a ton more players behind this hilltop that they would be throwing nades over towards, but realistically, the lead was just that forward vanguard, playing as a somewhat of a scout. I think they'll be unhappy with how that panned out. Hugely important in this game. At any point, And there was
Buni
no way
hozir
to replenish.
bog'lovni streamini nakrutka qilishyapti-da. 400-500 ta odam urib boshqa qilib. O'sha paytda ban yedimi?
Yemedi, ban yemedi. Daho odamgina qilishyapti unaqa qilib. Hech bo'lolmaydi.
Keyin hozir bonu naklinalar chiqib ketdi.
He don't need no cover. He just goes for the cover.
O'tirmaydi.
Sends it their way. Vengeance
Ayog'i siqilmay, u qanaqa ban beraveradi?
And they're looking for more.
Ban bersa ham chiqarsa bo'ladi, ban
So
bermaydi.
the rest of Vengeance are sent away.
Shunga men aytyapman-da, odam ko'paygani bilan buni obunachi ko'paymaydi undan nakrutka, to'g'rimi?
Ya, hech qanaqa ban bermaydi. Просто времени uza 15 minut 20 minutda ketadi. Просто kelib ishlashyapti xolos. Hech bola qilmaydi.
But we also want a little bit more value out of this to steal some more utility away.
Oylab nakrutka qilish kerak odamlar bilaman. Hali ham kanallarda.
So it makes sense that they get a bit more aggressive on this push over towards them as Vengeance looks.
O'shanga aytdim-da men ham bir yerda ko'rganman, u ko'p 20 to'p ketgan odam.
Ayyo, hech bola qilmaydi. Hech bola emas, просто kimdir beraymi qilyapti, lekin qo'ldan hech bola kelmaydi.
North side. It is a real hard shift.
Cho'chimen borniki ha?
And I don't think a lot of teams were prepared.
Prosmotr normalniy, lekin prosmotr ham ko'payib ketmadi, jonni qo'ymoqda.
Ayyo, hech bola qilmaydi, u qilishaveradi. Qilishaveradi, xohlagan qilish bo'lsa, senga foydasi yo'g'ini qilishmaydi.
Falcons force, I think that's probably one of the more dangerous areas of this crossing that Falcons managed to get through.
Yana Pmgc saqlab o'tiradi. Gaplashamiz akalar, chetdan olmayman.
A little bit.
Mayli, gaplashamiz.
Siz ham mendek sog'ilgani kecha. Men bilan o'yinni ko'raylik, zaybal bo'lib ketdimi? Bu qarabda, mayli. Bola keyingi etap qiziq, keyingi etapda kuchli komandalar bor va bu etap oxirgi etap tugadi. Yana aktivimiz mo'shni bo'lib qaytadi. Hozir bo'q aktiv yo'qmi, lekin keladi. Bizni kutadi, biz kutgan kunlar. Bizsiz qolib ketmas o'sha bu kunlar.
I do feel bad for them. I don't think this is a bad team. I think they have good squad mates on side. They come from a region that is very aggressive, and also if you are from that region in general, you are made in fire, essentially, forged in the flames of combat in Brazil. So I think for Furia, they are a strong team, and they've had to deal with some of the craziest players in the world in terms of being aggressive and mechanical skill. So I don't think the Furious bad. I just think that they've had a bad hand of it here over in Group Red. They're playing into squads who are very tactically minded, and they are getting caught off a fair few times. Some of their fights just aren't going their way with unexpected third parties coming through. Na'Vi do lose Lemon on the approach to Alter Ego, which is not great.
Vitspro 14-o'rnda, Vitspro hech bo'lmasa 11-o'rniga chiqib olishga, chiqib oladi. Kerak bo'lsa top 8-o'rniga ham ko'tarib oladi Vitspro. Bunga ishonamiz, natijalar juda ham yaqin. Vitspro ham o'zimizni esen komandalardan, o'zimizni kuchli komandalardan va albatta Vitspro ham yaxshi o'ynashga majbur va bu yaxshi o'ynaydi ham. Albatta biz bunga ishonamiz. O'yinni shunchaki tomosha qilamiz, shunchaki zavq olamiz. Bu kadrlar biz uchun dahshatli kadrlar edi.
There is still the rest of the game to go because we're only in stage 2 and they're a little bit towards the edge, so it's unlikely.
Siz ham mendek
maybe in 2 stages time.
This next circle is going to be an interesting one. Oof, I don't like that one. Yeah, do not like this circle whatsoever. I don't think a lot of players like this circle either, to be honest with you, with Yaz Lake cutting out a lot of that on the northeast side. The worst part about it, though, is that it cuts out the most northeast edge of Yaz Lake, preventing those rotates from coming through in this mid-game, because that's going to get cut out by Blue.
Asi 8-3 o'rinda Navi bilan bir xilpati, 14-chi o'rindan bir pates balar. Vashiva. Vashi kinoyu bu bolalar.
So a lot of your other rotates are going to come through.
5-chi o'rin ham, 6-chi o'rin ham hozir top 1 ga chiqib olish hech gap emas.
It's difficult. I
think 20 pates, bitta top 1 degan.
Pick a spot.
Navi, Ven. Ven'ni 5-chi o'rinda. Ven ham yaxshi o'ynayapti. Ven 7-chi o'rinda.
Difficult choices in the future.
The team I'm looking at right now in terms of a strong potential position is IWNRX blank. They were hard on the southeast side, and that was before a pretty nasty spot for them to be in. But given this circle, they can move up towards the hill that sits to the west of that god compound overlooking Yazmaya Fields, and potentially have a massive stronghold on the southeast edge. They've already got 2 elims. It's going to be so difficult for teams to break through to their location. I feel like IWNRX could be onto a good game. The difficulty, of course, is if it shifts to that northwest side. But as you said, just like the other teams,
Furiya yaxshi va pikir qildi yana. Ozgina qol tepaga ko'tarilishga va
having a brilliantly strong position on one side is better than having complete positions to both.
Yeah, you just want to take a spot that you can play out for the rest of the game. And sure, IWNRX are quite close to that edge side, but yeah, they have control over teams that are coming through. I quite like Falcon's spot at the moment. Nonetheless, they're playing that bridge crossing. I think they're on the bank sides as well. And this does give them the opportunity to move over towards that north and south side. The difficulty comes where teams start crossing in droves. But I think most teams right now on this circle are just kind of in this situation where they have to make it back towards some of the positions they scoured earlier. They have to move away from shooting range, which I think a lot of teams try to get into early on. So Falcons are fairly safe. Damn, that's some nasty shots from Longs.
A double roll-up as well coming on through. Getso, Roy, Virtus Pro. Actually, it's a triple roll-up.
Virtus Pro, voy bilan nixuya kerak Virtus Pro jigarlar yopilmanglar iltimoslar to'pga chiqishinglar kerak Virtus Pro. Voy yomon berdi, pizdes berdi bor. Virtus Pro shunchaki yopilib ketmoqda va Roy esa 4 ta killni o'zini hisobiga yozib qo'ydi. Qoyil qolishga 3 ta kill yozib qo'ydi Roy. Uy yomon berdi, 4-si ham keldi. Roy shetda THB bilan otishi mumkin.
Yeah, it's difficult. There's no easy choice a lot of times in these circles where you're backtracking. Obviously, a lot of teams would have wanted to take those compounds that sat a little bit over towards that northwest side, which is now where a lot of teams will have to go. Falcons, I want to see a quick rollout here to try and take control of that plateau on that northern edge. I think sticking around here for too long might be bad for business. But at the very least, they can try and control some area. I think their worry is that a lot of these eastern teams will have sightlines over towards them if they try to take some fights with some of the teams coming through from that southern side. But yeah, I definitely have high hopes for Falcons in this game.
IHC. Not seeing that aggression that was promised. You know, maybe circle dependent, maybe, but it's not really been the case so far. Certainly not been winning if they have been finding aggressive positions, but they go for a long wrap around out in the blue. It is stage 4, so it's survivable, but it's going to start to hurt now, especially once this circle closes on up, so they need to be quick and take an aggressive fight. Unfortunately, TJB sit on that western side. It's a difficult barrier to break. Falcons Force spotting IWNRX as they try and make their push up towards that river, but there is a little bit of a response. However, it's going both ways. A crash onto their position, a knock over towards top, but Falcons Force are staying very healthy, and IWNRX going down to 1 player here. Just Zedwolf, a potential roll-up from Team Queso as well, off in the distance, as Zedwolf goes down. Top spot once again, taken out early, and the roll-up can be...
Nima Tiqyemoqda Falcon yana comeback. Falcon judayam mutaxassislik bo'yicha professional tarzda o'yin ko'rsatmoqda va natijalarini menimcha birinchi o'ringa olib chiqsa ham hayratlanmasam kerak. Falcon dahshatli killlar qilmoqda. 5-killni ham deyal yozib bo'ldi o'zini hisobiga. Falcon yomon qilyapti. Falcon bilsanglar Nepalda ham O'zbekiston komandalari o'ynaganda ham yomon qiluvdi bola Falcon. Bu Falconda tug'ma qobiliyat shekli bunda kuchli o'ynash. Navi ham noki holatda. IS Navini ham urib qo'ymoqda. Navida bitta noki bor, David 2 oy Navida bittasi yopilgan. Ikkinchisi ham no'gagan. Afsuski Navi bu kartani olmasiz boshlab yotishi mumkin. Uy bilan Furiya. Voy, nima qilyapti? Qanchalik tushyapti bu bola?
Over towards Team Queso, puts them at a 3-man. Yeah, a lot of nades been set from Fury.
Furiya 15-o'ringa ko'tarilyapti. Bir qadam tepa IHAQIY o'ynalmayapti. Nepalda komandasi. IHAQIY o'yin mobaynida Falcon va Nepalda komandasi. Bitta Nepaldan Falcon yaxshi o'ynayapti. Lekin Falcon nok holatda. IHAQIY ham nok holatda. THB IHAQIY ikkinchisi ham nok berdi. David. Uchinchisi ham nok bo'ladi hozir. 3 ta HH'ga.
Trying to make it work for them, but nades from 676 back up from Triple S as well on the angle. Goes up with the UMP, but it rolls the US immediately Triple S.
Imzilyapti. THB esa 6-o'ringa chiqib oldi, 5-o'ringa chiqib olmoqda. THB 4-o'ringa ham juda ham oz qoldi. 5 tez qoldi 4-o'ringa. Navi bilan THB, Navi yomon keldi.
Circles like this where it gets a little bit tough in the sense that you know some
Yaxshi, Navi Alonso.
Fair few teams have those plans been laid out for them? I mean, Na'Vi could switch right back down towards this
Vay
angle.
bilan nima kerak bo'ldi? Pancher. Cho'tdi qisplosem emasmidi Pancher.
6 last player remaining. They did get
Navi xato qildi. Navi pizdes xato qildi Navi.
But with oversight from Fury,
Vay Navi pishda uxladi Navi.
Going to be difficult.
Voy xariplar, nima kerak? Ikkita nusxalar ochiqqa bosadi. Navi pizdes naq qo'ydi. Shu bolalar 5-o'ringa tushib ketadi hozir. 4-o'ringa tushdi, 2-o'rin, 4-o'ringa. Hozir THB ham Falcon ham o'tib 6-o'ringa tushib ketishadi hozir.
So much weaker, but Team Queso maybe looking to move away from it instead. See if they can get on past. We'll have to wait and see if Falcon's Force are allowed to extract. But for Tongjiabao, this is their chase game. With Na'Vi down, with IWNRX down, in an isolated position on the west side. If they can get rid of Enigma Galaxy, this is a big opportunity.
And Enigma Galaxy regroups. They tried to take a ton of space. It was greedy. It was really greedy, in fact, to head over towards that western side. But it was equally well played from Tongjiabao to realize where those players were coming from and then shut them down as they made that entry. Because there was that possibility for Enigma Galaxy to go unchecked as they breached that ridge side. But with Tongjiabao already finishing a lot of fights off towards that east, they could put a lot of attention down towards that south side. And this is the beauty of Tongjiabao, who is a team that is a clean finisher. Over on those fights, they do not wait around for them to finish. They are quick to the chase, just like this, finding an extra 2 eliminations in the back pocket. Yeah, wonderful stuff right now from Tongjiabao. 2 players down though, and it is Triple S and Longs left remaining, but with ST3N going down there for Incilio, now Tongjiabao can go for a quick reset.
Another knock over towards 626 as well. Tongjiabao, yes, you're right, they can go for a little bit of a reset here, but they need to be very careful with Incilio having a little bit of a nosy over their way. ASI8 blank, by the way, they are still alive. 4 elims playing on this eastern side. They took a knock there, and that's on IQ. So these 2 players you can see in the buggy, they're moving up to try and get the res. He's a lot further north than they are, and potentially that's the position they were going for anyway. That's only going to hurry things up. However, that does allow Falcon's Force to play on with 2 and be uncontested on their lead from the bridge. They're not in the circle, but they have a little bit more freedom.
With them going down to 2 quite early on, the fact they've been able to remain up and standing with 6 eliminations is good. They're continuing on that.
Tiaban ben ay otishyapti. Tiaban ham 4 ta kill qildi. 5-kill ham juda ham yaqin ajoyib 5-kill ham qildi. Tiaban ham yomon o'ynamayapti.
The strongest of positions in the bottom 5, at risk of going home here. Alva off in the distance, and that fight is just not being put up by this squad.
Tiaban bosildi, ay yopiladi hozir va yopildi. Ay yopildi, hisobiga 5 ta killni yozib qo'ymoq, 6 ta killni yozib qo'ymoqda va 9-o'ringa ketdi. Bo'ldi, mana shu ketishda menimcha Tiaban ham anchaga tepaga ko'tarib olsa bo'ladi. Ko'ramiz. Furiya ham kelyapti, agar Furiyani ham yopsa ancha yaxshi his qiladi. Lekin Furiya jonlandi. Furiya ancha yaxshi harakat qilyapti.
Territory and going away with it. Look, they're already up to 6 eliminations. They were on 1 not 10 seconds ago. A nade over towards Furia as the roll up over to
Tiaban yopildi. Furiya yipladi. Furiya yipladi. Tiabanni yopdi.
They had a good attempt at that first push against Alter Ego, but Furia too much for them to bear.
THB ro'y tepada ekan, tepadan bitta Nigma qopdi. Nigma o'zini rezultatini ancha ko'paytira olsa bo'ladi. THB ham tepaga chiqib olish uchun deyarli katta qadam tashladi. Hozir Navidan ham o'tib ketadi va qo'yir, uji 4 bo'lsa, +4 PT'si bor. Navidan 2 PT'si orqada. Yo'q, ikkinchi o'ringa chiqib oladi. THB ikkinchi o'ringa chiqib oladi hozir. Balki birinchi o'ringa chiqib oladi.
Strong matches for Fury. We've seen them in a couple of ending circles now already today, and some of that playstyle we see over in their region starting to come back a little bit now.
Enigma Galaxy still in with 3. On the south side, they've been playing the Roshok Bridge crossing blank, and we saw the strength that Falcon's Force were able to have on the bridge out to the east. Unfortunately, the zone didn't keep them in. Enigma Galaxy, they're a little bit more fortunate with that circle shift, keeping that bridge position in. Tongjiabao on the west, they have the hill out to their east to play up towards. Getso Roy in the north compound and FaZe on the east. These are the crucial factors. FaZe, they're really out in the cold on this one. Sorry, Furia really out in the cold on this one.
A wild crossing to make. You need loads of smokes to make it happen as well, and with Zonda actually finding the first
Roy,
knock over
Geroy.
towards Furia. That's good. There is a ton of sight lines available though. So
Faze bilan Furia anchagina jonlanyapti va tepaga 11 talik kirib olish imkoniyati bor Furiyada. Bugungi kunda Furia yomon o'ynamayapti. Top 5 talik o'ynamoqda va not yo'lda. Bu bir xabar nimchaga ketdi. Yo'q, o'z not ketgan. Roy yana kelishlarda Roy ham anchagina jonlanmoqda. Faze ham bu yerda Furiyalarni otishmoqda. Va Faze mencha Furiyani yopib yuborsa kerak. Furiya zonada emas, Fazega bostirib kirishga majbur.
Look at Mormon on this off angle as well for FaZe. They really just want to choke this fight out, leave Furia in the blue zone, give them no options to play but walk into a wall of nades. And Ventoras actually doesn't even want to wait that long. He's scouting out, he's moving in with the vehicle, trying to get a swipe through. I mean, maybe you pick up a player, but you certainly get information. You know they're all playing here now, and in comes the crash. Do they look towards Getso Roy? I don't think so. I feel like this is the fight that they just have to take. Ventoras is going to try and hound them down, and Mormon's ready to receive. They crash onto the flank of FaZe, and that might be catastrophic for them. They do
Faze ham 6-ligi 12-chi o'ringa tushib ketgan Faze. Agar top burasa 74, Oqda bilan 80. Tepaga chiqib ketishi mumkin ekan agar top burasa Faze. Furiyachi. Urib qo'ysa bo'ladi, yaxshi.
It's a hella smart play from FaZe. The fact on Furia, sorry, the fact they were able to watch over towards Mormon, they saw that Ventoras scouted forward. As soon as he leaves away, they all make that surprise maneuver off towards the sidelines. Realistically, FaZe thought they had them dead to rights there, but the amount of smokes that were in play for both teams limited either side's sightlines. I think having a solo off angle there actually really hurts FaZe in that situation. Getso Roy now even having a peek over towards FaZe, who are now down to 2 players, and a game that could have been massively in their favor suddenly is removed from them, and Furia makes one hell of a rotate through no man's land.
Bao with a really big potential game on their hands here, Blank, because they were already up to those 8 limbs. Look at those standings. Currently Na'Vi, they are dead level. The tiebreaker going to Na'Vi, but the placements for TJB haven't been added on yet. When you consider Enigma Galaxy could be going down here and now, their placements are going to be fairly low. A good opportunity. A roll up from Getso Roy as well to the FaZe compound. They're shredded down to 2. That's going to make it so much harder. But they're going to get a good
Faze yopildi oxirgi o'yinchisi va tugadi. Roy Esports esa tepaga chiqib qoladi. Yana necha harakat qilsa, Roy ham pastdagi komandalar comeback qilyapti. Tepadan faqat Nigma oyog'ida.
But yeah, good fight there. Well played on the shotgun with the nade through the door.
THB top burasa kerak. THB top burasa birinchi o'ringa chiqib oladi borku.
That location. For Tongji Bao though, yeah, very much an opportunity to confirm into that top 3. This seems to just be the MO of Tongji Bao, with some quiet games here and there, followed by massive blinding matches, which really blows the opposition out of the water. Again, that consistency maybe not quite there for Tongji Bao at the moment, but the speed at which they're able to get those engines rolling and hit max velocity in these matches, very astounding. Very, very astounding.
I thought you were just going to stop at hit max. I was like, what did he do? Goodness me. The side swipe over towards Galaxy. With Ralph down, he can fully engage those big brain gears to try and figure out what to do. But unfortunately, you're getting off a cliffside where you have full...
yaxshi, yaxshi. TJB o'zini top 1ga chiqib olish uchun asosiy raqobatdoshini shunchaki yo'q qilmoqda. Va killar ishlamoqda, killar yomg'irini ishlamoqda. THB mutlaq comeback qilmoqda. Koreya Xitoyning Tinchusan komandasi hozir bu yerda komandalarning Tinchusan qilib yubordi va 11 ta kill. No. Arablarga o'xshayman deyapman buncha.
This is very well set up and it's very
Nigma ham yopilib top 3 o'ynalyapti. Barcha komandalar deyarli top olish imkoniyati bilan yaqin, chunki TJBdan boshqa ikkala komanda ham 3 ta o'yinchi oyog'ida. Roy edi.
Would not be surprised to see Tongji Bao finish out
both
of these opposing teams now as they get this really nice lineup on the western side as we're crunching in towards stage 9. It has just been a great game from start to finish here from Tongji Bao. Yes, they had the circle at start, but their control has been phenomenal. It's been this iron grip over the lobby on the western side. I don't think anyone's really been able to challenge it.
Well marshaled from the high ground here for Tongji Bao. Getso Roy, 3 players. Furia with 3 as well. That high ground there that Tongji Bao now fully control. will have to be left in a moment. So a potential difficult maneuver for them once this circle starts to close. This is stage 8. Once this circle closes to its current white circle situation, it will be straight to the middle. And right now, TJB have got the closest to the middle position.
Roy davay, TJB. Bular TJB top bo'lsa 100% birinchi o'ringa chiqib oladi.
This has sort of been just a masterclass in control on this game. It's been very hard to
Hozircha hammada zona bor, lekin mana bu zonadan so'ng menimcha butunlay zona yopilishni boshlaydi.
They needed to take to have more presence on this side of the map. The splits have been pretty damn clean and still having impact towards that end game. It's been very, very nice. And now looking over towards Furia, even been able to push themselves up a nice little loot crate on the side as well. Famas in hand for Flower.
Wow. A bit of low profile, but the nades certainly not.
TJB 12 kill. Voy bir xapa nok bo'ldi. Voy, ajoyib bu g'aroyib. TJB top 1gadir anoyib.
12 elims, likely a 13th found.
13 kill 20. Uji birinchi o'rinda bular. Hech qanaqa e'tirozlasi birinchi o'rinda. TJB 2 o'ynalmadi bola. Bitta comeback qildi, yorib yubordi.
Pretty great things from him over his career. Can he make this one work? Gets a Roy trying to keep them at bay and actually vying for the center.
Furiya ham oxirgi o'yinchi qoldi, zona butunlay yopilyapti, barcha Furiya ko'rishga ko'rdi.
I do really appreciate Chaosky, go on. Oh yeah, it's triple spray down here. I mean, it is set up so well for him. This could be easy.
Voy xarib, Furiya xariblik qildi.
I think that again, there's so many times where you see these situations where I'm just like, you just got to make the play. Just make the play. Make it happen. I'm really enjoying the fact that and the MG3 and the Ghillie. That's when you know a team trusts you to.
TJB sanchagina faol, ko'nglar xotirjam o'ynayapti. Son jihatdan ham ko'p.
You can have it. That's yours.
I mean, either that or they just had that many loot drops, right? That they all got at least 2. Which is
Kim top oladi chat? Oy qizil joy keldi-yu. Agar TJB Roy bitta nok berib qo'ysa bormi? Oy!
TJB definitely with the center. Big nades continue to roll all in. Long does take some damage, but just a bit far from 676 on that one.
Bitta noka bo'ldi, Roy pishdi. Roy uxladi. Roy uxladi, TJB esa dahshatli comebackni amalga oshirmoqda. Karik Xitoy kallalar, cho'tga o'ynashdi va birinchi o'ringa ham chiqib olishdi. Bular yomon ekan bu Xitoyliklar. Xitoy kallalar yomon qildi, Xitoy kallalar pizes qildi.
I wouldn't be surprised to see them in first place, actually, off the back of this one, with how many points they're able to pot up.
Malades lekin. Просто malades. Просто tak malades.
Good game from Tongji about.
Chat bilan ozgina gaplashamiz va Erangel o'ynaymiz. Livik o'ynaymiz. Qizlar, chatni o'qimaysizmi? Chatni o'qimaysiz. Mana o'qiyapman. Videoda zadlashga borman. Zadlashga yo'q, to'y qachon tez kun Johir aka akkaunt sotmoqchi edim. Soting. Not Frezi chiqa olaman. Sharpanes ekan, endi chiqib ketmoqchi edim. Sharpanes ekan. Yo'q, O'zbekiston yo bola bu haligi o'zbeklar o'yin Nepalga borib o'ynab keldi-yu. O'shani finalda. Shuning uchun ham o'zbeklar like'lab oldilar. Like'lab bosib olaylik. Like bosmaganlar bizdes bor. Naxoy bilan aktiv o'lyapti mana shu turnirda shaxlayman deb. Endi o'zbeklar yo'q, endi men ham xohlayapman o'zbeklar bo'lishini, lekin yo'q o'zbeklar nima qilishga endi bola tushunmay qolganman mana. Ate qilmoqman mana akalar bilan. Bu hali finallarda, qizil joylarda aktiv bo'ladi. Hozir bo'lmayapti, siqilmaymiz. Johir bu kibr emas. Men jigar emizam og'zim aytdim ularni. Hali qiz bolamizda, qizlar bormi? Qizlar, kishlar. Katta o'yinni ko'ramiz, po'xo'y. Men o'yinimdan Alo, qizlar bormi? Alo, o'sha chat.
Qizlar bor, o'sha qizda.
Ko'chag'im bormi men jigar?
Voy balat.
Ko'chag'i bor qizmanmi men? Cho'chaqani men berasiz jigar, bu oddiy gapki bu. O'zbek biza birimiz partishga qilaylik, akalar. Yomon bo'ladi, hozir ketdik. Dinlo poppani, tupa-tuzi dalbe poppa. Алло. Майник девушка. Ты кто? Я узбек. Yomon mollik qildim, lekin bolalar. Biznes mollik qildim. Nima kerak tepaga chiqib o'tirdim, nima kerak o'ylashga o'tirib. Bir yaxshi kill qilyapsan, ko'tingni qisqa qulatni o'ynaysan. To'g'ri bolalar, molman, tuppoyman. Tushib shunday krasozda tushib yuraman. Men dunyoning eng baxtli bir unutilgan dardlarim, bugun esa ko'nglim yarim, yolg'izlikda bu kecha taskin topar dardlarim, umid uzmadim hanuz, garchi sevgimiz tamom. Mana urib kelaver, issig'ida o'qib kelaman ularni. Afsonaviy Nemo qaytdi. Alex Pereira. Alex Pereira. Can çekmesen canana yok. Canana yok. Oğlum oraya. Otur. Ucala. Ucala. Woo! Pizzesi yedim. Pizzesa. Просто pizzesa bola. Silvem düştü nakıl. Hey çubancı. Chubanji bilan, chubanji men bum pichkichki bum bum para bara bara ye oh my god man men. Uzab shap açtı. Şak şakalağınam kaymağıma barmağıma. Şak şakalağınam barmağıma qarmağıma. Şakalaq şuqum. Şakala şuqum. Tuqumum çuqum. Zohid jamashtigan Zohid. Arkadan anını vurdum arkadan gep oldu da. Bizdes. Gıyas vurdu. Gıyas ölüp ketdi mi? Bizdes. Qovun mana qovun. Lobby qiling, cho'cha qilamanmi? Bular hozir boshlanadi keyin katta bolalar, bular o'zi yurak siqilyapti. Yangi prank qachon? Indinga yangi prank. Men sizlarga bitta narsa va'da beraman, indinga yangi prank chiqadi. Prank xohlayotganlar diqqatiga, indinga yonpi-yonga prank chiqadi. Sizlar uchun likelarni bosganliklar tajriba 2 noldan tajriba to'pib olgan ekan. Tajriba yevoribdi bolalar, 2 hafta to'pib olibdi tajriba. Yomon ekan bu bolalar. Qari qattiqida Xitoyning komandasi yomon ekan. Xitoy narsasi yomon bo'ladigan shu ekan. Eşek miyalar. Ko'zim ko'rma seni sevdim. Qalbi ko'rni men yana sevdim. Lekin munni top durja tashamatda bilat.
Jahorda tak.
Jigar o'zbekmiz ayol kim berdi?
Ko'rdi biratan. Yodlashgan bo'lib oldik bildim.
Ismingiz nima?
Asadbek.
Asad Gando nima so'kiyapsan?
Kucham.
Jigar so'kin berdi o'zbekmiz ayol.
So'kingan
dalda. Dalda bo'ladi.
Brat siz ko'ryapti.
Kim?
Qo'tag'am.
Chaqiring hada qo'tag'iz kerak. Qizlar bormi? Ali o'shicha qizlar bormi? Dunyolar g'animat, sen menga bir omad. Meni o'zim bir yona Vay inası diye misin? Vay inası.
Uy canım. Sakinga.
Jigar so'kinma, o'zbekmiz ayu.
Sizga ajoyib
Mendan tarakani yo'q, mendan pidarasi yo'q. Voy canım. Voy bilat. Mayli, men sevishganlar ekan. Uni bilasizlar, men sevishganlarni qo'llab-quvvatlayman-ku. Sevishganlar ekan, nechivo. Baxtli hayot kechirsin. Ko'rdingmi, qiz aytadi, seni himoyachi, bola aytadi, ko'rdingmi, men borma seni himoyachiman deb, voy jonim rahmat deydi. Qo'yasan o'sha. Dostlar, g'animat to'g'risida ayting do'stlar. Radinchi bilan. Radinchi. Radinchi jigar.
Ye.
Radinchi qizg'onamsiz? Ha?
Brat, originalmisiz?
Ha, Xitoymi?
Fake, brat.
Fake. Yaxshi qiz.
Yo'q, Johir aka.
Ya jigar nimaga? Qaka tushasiz?
Frikman nikan, brat. Frik, Gruziya tashabbaman, brat.
Bo'ldi.
Frik nikan, olib qo'ying Gruziyani.
Bular qizni qochirib yuborsiz-ku.
Nikan frik, brat.
Frik, gap yo'q, brat, tishga.
Brat, Gruziya tashabbaman olib qo'ying.
16.000 bo'yam mashg'ulot bilan tushirdim. Bundan bilan
2 million 400 mingga bundan 2 marta zo'r akkaunt olsa bo'ladimi?
Kadirova nimaga?
Kadirova jonim gramni tushuning.
Mol bo'lgandan keyin nima deysiz?
Bular qizni yomon o'qiyapti. Bolamay biz shunaqa chiroyli o'qiyapti. Men bular pizza o'qiyaptimi? Go'zallar ham yig'lar ekan. Qaysi gaplari keldi? Qanday mana soldi Xayrat kabi hol pizza bo'ldi.
Üçtasını yapardın mı?
nima qayerda bu? Jigar. hali qiz o'tib ketmang gapirganimiz. Bilat, bitta qiz topolmasdan qiynalib ketdim bola. Oh shit, barabina. Oh shit, barabina. Oh shit, barabina. To'pqo'mo. Banan, yegan o'g'il bolalarni bo'lib turibdi. Freak Esports, Nizarachka pul. Keldi. Boshlang'ichdan bir sakrab chiqamiz, bolalar. Hozir boshlanadi. Zaldeshka yo'q. Bilat shu WoWda box qiling, Johir nimada bolalar? Hozir men Pmgc shahlayapman-ku. Hozir qila olmayman-ku jigarlar. O'zim zabalovga to'g'ri siqilib ketdim. Ish kerak. Zo'r o'yinlar qilib kelyapti, lekin hozir keyin katta boshlandi o'sha. THB emizgan qissalarni ko'rishda shoshilamiz. Qaysi gaplar keldilar malol? Og'ribatdi qanday itganlar meni soldi qanotga bir sol. Go'zallar ham yig'lar ekan-da. Ko'ramiz, landa o'yin boshlandi.
Nega o'ldirganman? Tovar kardinalni o'ldirgan. To'g'ri o'tishda faqat. Uni ko'p odam yo'lga tushmagan. Endi o'qishimiz kerak.
Oxirim azartda. Meni baxtim yana ko'rsaydi, visoling menga nasib bo'lsaydi, qanida ko'nglim. Voy! Jigar, o'zbekimiz jigar. Voy, bilan yemiz qo'ydi. Skey bilan.
Let's just put up 2 massive chicken dinners to catapult ourselves into first place.
I mean, it's a very unreliable strategy, but it's worked out here, seemingly, for TJB. Yet again, they just make these last-minute bids.
We'll figure it out.
Tables. I mean, yeah, it's like, we'll do it eventually. Kind of like my opinion that IWNRX will eventually get a chicken dinner this group, right? Right?
Maybe.
A little bit nerve-wracking now. This West Side Circle.
Davay, ko'ramiz. THB birinchi o'ringa chiqib oldi menimcha.
I think this is the kind of circle where we usually see Virtus Pro do kind of well, but we'll have to wait and see because Virtus Pro just have not been performing up to what we expect from them. Team Queso very, very close by to Tongji about just on the other side of things here in box compound. We'll see what they can get done. Shots are ringing out, but now Tongji Bao knows.
Voy, yaptı THB. Qochib ulgidimmi? Birinchi o'ringa chiqib 122 PTS. Malades bor. Malanavi 5-o'ringa chiqdi.
Match 4 here, especially for Altigo, currently in 13th place.
Eplarda THB hozircha ayoqda, lekin yaxshilik kaltaklandi. To'lasam bitta mashinada ketishga usbet qilishdi menimcha bo'ldi, eplashdi. THB birinchi o'rinda ketyapti. Mutlaq dahshatli comeback bu Xitoyliklardan. Bu Xitoylar yomon Xitoylar.
I'm not too sure where TGB go. I mean, Yaznaya's not a terrible option, but they'll have to figure out where they're going to pull up in the meantime. Navi with a little scrap of their own.
Navi 5-chi o'ringa tushib ketdi. Ayanchli holatlar qissasi Navi uchun. Bitta yaxshi natija bilan 10 ga qaytib olsa bo'ladi.
There's actually 2 players for Getso Roy close by, but there comes the backup for Navi. A big nade comes through from Zunda. They can maybe try and chase this down, but flips there to play Guardian. And the backup came through as well, so it's still a 2v2 with the down player here. The res could potentially come on in as well. They're wary of these step outs. That off angle is in, and Puncher gets the protection. Pushes in behind the wall, the upstairs push from the down player, and Navi can get the res.
Yeah, massively important fight here for Navi. They know they want to keep these players up. They were so close to staying in that top 3. The Getso Roy, on the other hand, still hounding them. 0 eliminations found for Navi so far. Nade up towards that top side. Good amount of damage from Flip, though, will find Zunda. That's through the window, I think, as well, so that's a nice shot.
Kel işte.
Kel
işte. Navi'ga kel işte. Bitta yedi Navi. Bitta atlet qaytardi. 2 atlet qaytardi. Navi bittasini olib yuborishmoqda. Oy, Navi, no, Navi. Bilan bittasi yedi. Oxirgisi qoldi.
6 peeks in through the window, and in goes Puncher as well. They look to try and take control of the ground floor and the top floor of this house. But through the windowsill, it's still a big challenge. 2 players already down for Navi. It's so unfortunate. As they try and push towards the top of the tables, the sirens are blaring outside of my window, and maybe Navi need them.
Just one more knock here, 1 more elimination to be found, and that will be a full squad right there for Navi, getting 4 points on the board.
Navi'ni Roy yopilib ketdi. Roy 7-chi o'rinda edi.
In this game for a little bit.
Bilan ikkita qoldi Navi.
Fun, especially from minute 4. But yeah, I think if they can get a couple more elims or just even a couple more placement points, Navi's not going to be too unhappy with that one. They just need to maintain this level playing field for themselves, get towards that 115 points realistically for themselves. So in the future, life can be somewhat easy for themselves to grab another top 3 because it is still very close towards that top side of the lobby.
Certainly is. It's close. Well, at both bubbles, it is incredibly close, Blank, and the volatility still remains. We saw it over in Group Yellow. We thought that might be just a symptom of the teams in that lobby, but it seems like it's just as PMGC overall, and it goes back to what you were saying. Every single team here is a competitor in the truest sense of the word, and this competition is one of the highest quality PMGCs I think we've ever seen. It's phenomenal to bear witness to it. IWNRX
Давай.
want that top swap back. Maybe they'll be able to pulling a point or two from Alter Ego, but no, they turn tail, they get out of there.
IWNRX. Still on that south side, moving upwards. Alter Ego managed to get themselves out of that situation into the warehouses. It'll do for now on that northwest edge in terms of future rotations. It doesn't feel good losing that one player early on, though. Limits you force as a team overall, and you have to rely a little bit more over towards those third parties if and when they do come through. Our other squads, though, that are notables is Enigma Galaxy down towards Gatka, still rotating in from that edge of the map. And with this going over towards Everest, it might be one of the first North Everest circles we see in quite a while here in the PMGC group stages. And I'd like to see that one. Might give some more of our teams.
Nechinchi o'rinda ketyapti. Men ham yaxshi o'stabdi. 8-chi o'rinda ekan. Kakras 7-chi o'ringa ko'tarib olish uchun Geroy yopilib ketdi, Geroy. Nima gap chat o'zinglarda? Chatga ko'p qaralmayapman, sababi ikkita ekranda ham bolalar. PMGC turgan jinslarda o'qolmayapman, jigarlar.
Definitely had their wobbles, but managing to find, I think they got the chicken dinner yesterday on Miramar. They can maintain the lead on that pack towards the lower end of the tables. They'll be happy. Get another shot into those survival stages. But the survival stages, I mean, given the quality of teams that we're seeing, are going to be so difficult. It's really nerve-wracking for teams in that center. Get another chance, but it is such a slim chance when the other teams in the lobby are so powerful. I'm really looking forward to the survival stage.
Phase Miller.
Yeah, it's going to be massively competitive as a survival stage. It's scary for a fair few of our squads to make it in. Here comes Falcons crossing on that eastern area, actually starting a Nova Abnoya, so going back to basics way back when this team played under Stalwart. Even further back from when they played under Stalwart, actually. They did switch up some of their drop spots later on. But
Nimani hidayku? Pulli hidi. Yo, pulmas. Chanel.
Muhammadjo akadan tashladim, olib qo'ying, freak bo'ldi, rahmat danat uchun.
In North George. So a pretty simple rotate for them down from shooting range, and they can play on this edge of the map. They had a bit of a scary start there in box compound versus Team Queso, but yeah, they were right to immediately get away. They knew that there was a spot available for them in Severity, which always is open. Massive amount of water out towards the western side of Georgia Pole, which isn't ideal for a lot of our squads. I would have preferred the circle to head a little bit further down towards the south side. I think it gives a lot more agency for some of the squads on that southern edge. But this is one of those problems where you have to just cram yourself George or create some targets. I think that's ideal. Or you can play over towards that. For themselves. Terribly close though for all these teams. That third place spot seems to be one that's most hard fought over with IWNRX and Tongji Bao streaking ahead now, 122 points and 117. I want to see a little bit more more from ASA8, but they are in a slightly different scenario.
Help!
Crossing on the western roads. It's always difficult when you get a northern. Very firm on playing down towards.
Bilwat!
Even when they get playing paths that go slightly different. Up against IWNRX. This is a big fight. IWNRX about to prove they're further in this match.
IHC leave the top of Everest and in their vacuum.
Watch
Two
out!
teams try to fill the void. And over the top, the nades will flow. Falcon's force. IWNRX. Combat now along the rocky crags. Healing needed to come through from Frozen. Looks like he's got that first aid off. No knocks sent either way just yet. Falcon's force and IWNRX both on 4 players. Zedwolf steps up with a DBS. Eats a lot of damage from a nade. Has to back off almost fully there. Up and behind allows his team to take over the tussle. And in through the smoke, the nade is found as well. The follow-up over towards Zedwolf is great. Kane not really able to do too much now from the backlines, and Falcon's force in control of the fight. Icy steps in for the fight. Swain nearly isn't going to go down just yet, not without a fight.
Dropping down, low HP, tops next to go, as well as East. This is going terribly wrong for the Falcons. Get a step up in the front lines for IWNRX, and now it is Action and Icy to try and close this out, with Swain slightly further behind. towards a 90-point game. Not 90-point game here, but 90 points on the leaderboard after this game. Much safer going into the final two maps on Miramar.
TJB, they're into the crates. South George will be our terminal destination.
It's definitely nicer for our spots here.
Çiçepoki senga günler beribdi. Og'ir botdi. Buni hamma ko'ribdi. Biroq bitta qiz tashlab chiqdim sizlarga, sirasi bo'ldi. Shu bolada bir alamim turibdi. Nima bo'lyapti bu yerda? Venlar yeyaptimi? Men o'yin o'ynab qaramay qolibman. Nima bo'lyapti? Venlar uxlayapti. Navi bitta qopdi, 4 ta kili bor. Ivaranix yana yopilibdi.
It's been a little bit quiet from our tabletoppers over the last few matches, so it's about time we had a stand-up from one of them. Enigma Galaxy looking to be the ones to do so here. Should be able to get the res. You'd hope so. A little bit isolated. Push down south from Incilio. They're crashing onto Vengeance. They've got 2 knocks. They know it's a weakened team. They can get out of the crates. This is a great opportunity.
Uy, yomon xashga tushdi. Inisi ham yo'qlayapti. Ikkita nok. Davay Inisi Qozog'iston, o'zimizni Qozog'iston bappeshgan bandalarimizdan.
Another one potentially in the wings and upstairs. Finally Incilio wrest it back into control. They're 3 players and they can get the res.
Good stuff for them over on the season side. I mean, you definitely wanted to take advantage of what was going on for Vengeance.
Now we have to go in the same.
Shot over towards 676 from Westron. I'm actually surprised he hit that shot, but well done through the smoke. IHC though, nice spot for them in apartments. Is this going to be an IHC game for the first time in Group Red?
Could it be? I mean, they took a nice fast rotate from the top of Everest, right? They were the team that was where the fight between Falcons Force and IWNRX.
Nigma 3-chi o'rinda, hozir 2-chi o'ringa chiqib oladi Nigma katta ehtimol bilan. Everex'da bugun umuman yurishmayapti va Asam hozir 2-chi o'ringa chiqib olishi mumkin ekan.
When did Nick Galaxy get in there? They were playing all the way down on the side.
Ayachi Furia yemoqda. Furia ham yaxshi comeback qilayotgandi. VP esa вообще chiqmoqda.
Nick Galaxy has always been quite good at is identifying like when those gaps form in the circle. They don't form for very long, but those opportunities when they come, Nick Galaxy is quick to take up on the chase on them, and that's realistically down to the call coming through from Ralph as well as assists from the rest of the team. So again, like I was saying earlier in Group Red, yeah, they've had a massive improvement when it comes to IGLing as well as just cohesion within the team, because yes, the IGL can make a call, but it's not all down to the IGL a lot of times. It's Tixi up against Furia. 2 players for Furia still remaining, but right now Tixi in a heated 1v1 with Gusta.
Cooking the nade, trying to get it nice and hot, nice and toasty for him, but he doesn't like it. He sends it back to the kitchen. Tixi knows he's allergic to those nades, but not going to be friendly. Not going to be friendly with him. Last nade in the pocket. Keeps just going short on the top of this ridgeline, though. A bouncer off the pillar. Oh, that was so close.
It really was. That was a
Furia.
nice throw come through from Tixi. That could have been one of the nicest nades we see here in Group Red. I wonder if he's used all of his nades up. Tixi's going out in the water. Ooh. Yeah, I don't know what else.
Vitspro yopiladi. Vitspro bilan ko'p narsa kutdim aynan Vitsprodan bola, to'g'risi qattiq kamand edi. Lekin qattig'i chiqib ketdi bu kamandan.
Get it off the pillar. That's what I want to see. Get that ankle. I meant to say angle, but I went for ankle. That'd work too. Oh dear.
That's one of the sillier fights that we've had here in Pmgc. Just not wanting to look at one another. Just see who can get that nade first, and Tixi's unable to find it in the end.
THB fazi. THB mutlaq birinchi o'rinda, motivatsiyasi juda ham yuqori va menimcha bu bolalar yana bitta to'p ura olsa, shunchaki fantastik bo'lib ketadi va buning uchun bu bachalar harakat qilishadi.
One is smoking, but quite a few of them that are fairly healthy. It's one of the difficulties of this location that there's not a huge amount of spots to actually place vehicles in a position where they won't have tires shot out.
Currently FaZe playing in that little dip you can see that's behind those lifting cranes, but they're going to have to leave and move around, probably through TJB at this point. Potentially could go for a swim over towards the bridge. That might not be the worst idea in the world for FaZe. I mean, you know you're going to have to fight through unless you can get players ahead of TJB.
THB Fazi bilan Fazi hozircha bitta kili bor ekan hisobida, lekin natija 11-o'rinda juda ham past o'rinda ketyapti Fazi.
And if Vintoris can get value here, they can push through on land, but yeah, he's been spotted, and that's what I was talking about. There's just so much danger from across the way. I feel like a swim could be in FaZe's future.
I don't think that they're finding the success they want here. I mean, TJB is just packed in towards those crates with some crazy sight lines all over the place. Noise goes down. I think Mella's already made the decision to send out towards that western side and try and play the cliff face. It's the smart decision they could go for here, especially when they're right on the ball at the moment.
Navi, Fazi, Navi ham nechta qoldi? Oxirgi o'yinchi qoldi. Navi ham hozir o'yladi. Fazi chiqdi qurg'inlikka, Navini ko'rdi va hammasi tugadi. Navi yana o'yinlarni davom ettirmoqchi.
43% contribution coming through from Mella.
Ko'rmayapti hozir. Lekin baribir ko'radi, lekin baribir. Inisi ham yemoqda bittasi urib tushirildi, ikkinchisi ham urib tushiriladi. Inisi bronz bilan xayrlashdi. Oxirgi o'yinchi qoldi menimcha Inisini ham, yo'q, ikkita o'yinchi qoldi. Bittasi hali ham yo'q ekan, lekin bittasi ham qolib ketishi mumkin. Navi psix qayergacha yashab berayotgan komandasi uchun ko'ramiz. Hozircha ularning ahvoli anchagina yomonroq.
I'm not no shade to FaZe, honestly. I just think that the current team he's on, he is just outshining a lot of the other players on that squad. I don't know. Maybe the rest of the squad just needs a little bit more time. I know that the other players are good. I know Mormon's a strong player.
Yashab berishga, nafas olishga haqqi yo'q psixda. Только на то брина психи.
They did finish 6th back in their respective
Mani ko'nglim san bilan, san ketasan kim bilan. Davay Navi yashab berishga, THB yana vahshiy formasini boshladi. Ikkita kill qildi. Navi menimcha Navini ham yopib yuborishga kelyapti.
So definitely seeming like a little bit of a middle pack table stuffer from the team right now.
Full ishlayapti Naviga.
With Mela, if you can unleash him, right, that is where
Whoa! Both together. Navi martlarcha Navi bo'lib ketdi.
Let's take a look at the other side of the map now, because we do have Alter Ego sat down towards that southwest side. I think most teams right now are figuring out where they want to play this one going forward. I don't think Pmgc actually has one of the strongest of positions.
Top 12 o'ynalyapti Georgi Pulda zona hali uzoq bu yerda davom etadi. O'yinchilar ko'p yashaydi.
Sort of clearing out the teams coming in through on that northeast side outside of crates. So this is where Pmgc
balki Navi hali uzoq yashar.
Basically create space for themselves.
Inisi tushib ketdi va katta xatoga yo'l qo'ydi. Inisi ham yopildi. THB 3-killni ham qildi. THB mutlaq qutuldi.
Goes to IHC again. Pmgc also potential to pick up a lot of these cliffside players. They could potentially move one of their players out to get some oversight on it. I think potentially Incilio may still
yaxshi yedi. THB yana kill qilyapti. THBning o'zi ham bitta o'yinchining holatda. Yaxshi kill qilayotgan o'yinchining holatda. THB hozir fazeni tushradimi? Tushdi. Voy bir xp. Bir xp.
Mela finally
down. Faze THB tomonidan yemoqda. THB yana vahshiy o'yinini boshladi. Bu katta ham ajoyib press qilib, menimcha mutlaq birinchi o'ringa qaytib olgisi bor. Va buni hozircha eplamoqda.
Mela down. I think that Tongjiba are likely going to try and get a refresh on some of the loot here. It's whether or not the Novin Torres is in the wings. Who again is another strong player coming through from
THB ga fanatlik qilaman shekilli qattiq o'ynashab bo'ldi edi.
Spots two of them. Goes for the first break, catches Longs. Flower is still on the beachhead, and Longs will not get back to it.
Awfully chat.
Player now. Pmgc, could they read into this? Could they know that it's getting crazy? The nades from the high ground, and Tongjibao need to find another big nade. Hits the water.
Yo'q, zonada qolib ketdi. Afsuski fazi zonada qolib ketadi menimcha. THB tayyor turibdi. Lekin suvda ko'rmayapti.
676. Ever vigilant, waiting for that rock, knows that it's likely he's going to leave on the blue zone, but he's already ahead of it. Vintora's out in the water. As soon as that nade goes in, he knows that he's not going to...
Tian esa Ayaga bosib keldi. Aya esa shunchaki Tiandan kill vazifasini bajarmoqda. Aya jamoasi o'yinchilari Tianni bilan ketib urishmoqda, lekin Tian ham bo'sh kelmayapti. Hammasini bo'ldi, oxirgisi qoldi. Va Tian ham yopilgan. Tian afsuski zonaga kirish mobaynida yopilib ketmoqda. Navi hali hamma yoqdami? Navi hali hamma yoqda. Nigma bilan tik otishyaptimikin?
Passes by the shack. That was very cool. Does move up towards the window and will get shut down, but now Snowix needs to support the rest of his squad.
Peki Nigma dem noktalar bu.
But might bounce back out. Unfortunately, Melosa.
Voy, yomon tushdi. Nigmani yomon qildi.
Dastardly in their defense against Pmgc. Big nades from Melosa to stay alive for Team K. So 2 players, and remember they have now just pushed out FaZe into that 12th place.
Navi kill qilyapti TJBni, David sirazi. Yaxshi Navi. Nafas olgisizmi Navi bo'lardi sen.
A little bit safer for a little bit longer.
TJB ikkita qoldi.
Navi though, on the other hand, after being hounded by some of these other players on this eastern side, actually one of the few to remain healthy and living over on this north edge. And the circle still holds him in. So looking for an even higher placing. And we've only 19 players left in the lobby. It is predictable that quite a few teams will be going down soon. You can see Pmgc won. Falcons won. Team K, though, technically right now, only with 1 player up.
Blank, there's only 1 team with 4 players alive.
Zona Naviga bersa ishlari yaxshi, bermasa lekin pizasi. Voy, bor Navida yana zona. Хорошо.
Circle team that starts to flex their muscles. In urban environments, it generally tends to happen a little bit later because you don't need to expose yourself to as many angles in these built-up finishes, which means that
bu sefer comeback qiladimi? Oxirgi o'rinda ketdi ham.
But Are IHC up to it? Because they have not been so far in Group Red. This is their big opportunity. But they're so far behind blank. Is it even going to be enough if they make it work here?
I mean, for IHC, it's one of those games where it has to be a gigantic win for them. And at this rate, with the limited amount of eliminations they've been able to pick up, they've just got to hope that teams do make their way over playing, and they can pick up 6 to 7 eliminations on a chicken dinner there. At least that puts them back into a position where 1 or 2 really strong games tomorrow might see them into survival stage. At the moment, if they don't get this chicken dinner, we're still kind of just counting them out from making it in.
ASIA, 4 limbs, 3 players alive on the south side, pushing in towards north edge of this area. The next building they need to strike towards, a little bit difficult to access right now with Team Queso on the off angle, with Alter Ego as well down those alleyway sight lines. Boysil a little bit less of an impact than Team Queso are from that position, but you can see how
Falcon ham yopildi, yaxshi. Naviga yetib deyotgan joyda Falcon yopildi, yaxshi.
Will fall.
Navi yashaydi hozircha.
Still with the circle on top of him, and TJB similarly positioned.
THB.
Yeah, 6 can definitely live this game out, which is really nice for him. And the circle allows it. That's the only reason he's still into this one. But likely stage 8 is going to cut him out. He'll be super lucky to get another northern shift on the circle. But for Na'Vi, 6 knows just how much getting a top 5 would mean to them as a team. Just needs to survive a little bit longer. IHC, they actually take a knock in the center of all the teams that could have happened to. They have a pretty wide split on the hold right now. And I think coming into stage 8, there is going to be some very quick movements, and IHC are going to have to be on the ball. And during that shift, already they're having to send a player out from one of those outposts just to get that res off. I think it was a very bad time to be peeking.
I think in general, though, Rogue was very likely going to have to regroup here anyway, with the players on the west side likely going to try and take that building from them. So that res, that regroup, potentially just waiting to try and catch someone moving too early or trying to get ahead of that rotate. However, that regroup comes through, that res is out, and IHC are back at 4.
Ooh, for Tongjibao, that's a smart move from them. Heading over towards the buildings on that north side. They know that 6 wasn't really going to challenge them, and now 676. This is a complicated sentence. We'll now be watching 6 for his move.
You know he's on that cliff face. They've been prepared for it for a while. The crossfire from TJB as he tries to step up, and it's Triple S to take 6 down. Happy Potro, 14 Queso. The last player on their side to stay alive, out in the blue zone, and it's going to take him away. Will last no longer. IHC still as 4 in a 2-2 split.
His 2-2s go out really relatively quickly against one another, so that's Na'Vi as well as Team Queso out. ASA still running, still making it happen over on this south side. Again, a team that had a long way to go. They are very good at finding these openings. Similar to Enigma Galaxy, though, they really fell apart on their push over towards Team Queso. Felt a little bit messy, honestly. And now Ralph is in a tricky scenario.
Waiting to pre-fire that door. The smoke is there to cover him off visually. Ralph actually trying to go for another angle. A shot over towards the north side, but it is just going to be the play zone to take Enigma Galaxy out of the mix. ASI 8 now can push on up towards the top 3 with this game. The only team really to be able to do so. In fact, definitely the only team to be able to do so off the back of their performance here. With the placements that they have yet to earn, I think they will jump up over Enigma Galaxy, even on those Elim points, and they are still alive. Not so true for the teams ahead of them. Is IWNRX even safe from this one? Because they went down with very few points. IHC, though, the big story here against TJB. Tournament leaders, 7 Elims, but only 2 players to play with. Zyol has to hold face. They're on this 2-2 split flank, so it is essentially a protracted 2-2, and I think this is the right choice, right? Just regroup, play the middle.
Yeah, it's still unreal that Tongjibao is still in this game with 7 eliminations as well in stage 9. Like, from the spot they're in, they can push forward. It's going to be ASI8 who is the big problem, but a nade like this could cause disaster for the 2 players making their way in. Catches the one on the back lines. And that is a lot of damage done, helped by Alter Ego on the outside, but any placements upwards for IH for Tongjubao, they're happy with.
Absolutely. In goes the last player from ASI8. That's IQ. IHC taking shots.
Nima bo'lyapti? THB imwa yomon ekan bu THB-ga. Navi ham yopilib ketdi. THB ikkita bo'lib ham eplashyapti qoyil bu xoromlarga. THB bu safar David qilolmadi. IXK comeback qiladi. To'p olish 99% IXK da to'p olish.
Hold off TJB for a moment longer, but there's still one more player to go. It's Triple S with the DBS.
THB yopildi. Mana endi IXK nihoyat comeback qilmoqda. Nepalning komandasi bo'lgan IXK hozirda to'p olishdan katta imkoniyatda, lekin Fury ham bor. Fury pastdagi komandalar yaxshi comeback qilyapti. Bugun qoyil pastdagi komandalar yaxshi o'yin ko'rsatyapti. Zona yopilyapti. 45 sekunddan so'ng butunlay yopilib ketadi. Zonaning oxirgi nuqtasi IXK bilan kim Furia yo'q Furiyaning oxirgisi qoldi. Voy bila va IXK nihoyat to'pini qo'lga kiritmoqda. Eng oxirdagi men xursand bo'lishdan foydasi yo'q. Prosta kulib qo'yishyapti. Boshqa variant ham yo'q, chunki naq 16-o'rinda zaynat qilib turibdi bu cho'chchag'i cho'pishlar. Bu yaxshi, baribir ham eplashdi hozirroq bo'lsa ham. Baribir ham Apple endi o'zimiz ko'rsatamiz-da uni endi. Dunyolar ne'mat, sen menga bir omad, ketdi bola, solo squad. Miram Livik qirollarga aylanamiz. Kaltay bizga onasi kerak. Kattaman gaplar, chatda o'qiymiz-da mana. Mikro yoqing, prosta telefon kelib qoldi-da bola. Navi qayerliklarni. Hozir boshqa davlatga, Dunyo fohishasi nima gap? Menmi shunaqa bo'ladi. Jigarlar 5 million qilgan men bolaman. Mechik rahmat. Darab qo'ying. Bilat hozir aktiv yo'q, miya qisyapti bola. Naxu qilmay qo'ya qilaman. Naxu sikada pulim berishmaydi. Qilish kerak. Real Madrid o'sison o'ynayotgan, Real Madrid bilan kim bityapti? 2-0 Bellinga o'tdi Osasuandan. Endi Osasuandan yutmasa endi o'libdi endi Real degan jamoa. Real Madrid Uzbekistan sengi nomer 1 komanda emas. Barcelona Bapesh.
Adamın dipler yürümeden. Ya. Ben şu an 20 kademe 23 geçindirelim.
Ama işte maşını alıp gitmem lazım. Mashinasi bormi? Otasi puldormi? Bombermi yo hammermi? Ataganni bormi? Bravo mi? Ketdi. Eventga 1200 metr. Bam easy. 2 minutda manzilingizda bo'lasiz. Hurmatli Javohir Mum. Kamarlarni taq. Senin endi seni o'zgan yon shu mazilda sen kutgan yoring bor bo'ladi deganing men onzon shu so'zdan keyin meni kechiraman. Birinchi ham bo'lganda birinchi. Bilan umumiyman-da bola. Pizza umumiyman-da bilan. Osmondagi oy bo'lmasang nega qizg'onay, chiroyi yo'q yoy bo'lmasang nega qizg'onay, ayt nega. Bir yarim minutdan o't ochiladi. 1,5 minut kechki, 1,5 minut ichki. Madongola yaptım, beni koktu. Dunyo uchun ichib yemadi men. Kebilar liv uchun qaslar yo'q ekan. Men mendan cho'chiyaptim bu bola. Bular naushniklar sandaga jalab izlaysiz. Kelishdi. Keldilar. Kelyaptilar mehmonlar. Mehmonlar kelyaptilar.
O'zbek zalyo.
Men Xitoyliyman men, nemisman men. Nemisman men, nemisman. Sen o'zbekmansan, sen nemissan. O'zbeklarlar bu joyda nomini topadi. Chap nima gap jigarlar? Bela, presiye topamapman, nahkuya. Qo'rqib ketdik. Sana o'zing bir yona, ishqimda yona. Tavorni kim menga mashina minishni o'rgatgan bilan? Voy bala. Mani kutsa yaydoq dala yer kutar. Tosh o'ynam yo'q, atrofini berkitar. Jon hovuchlab tug'ilmagan ishim. Ni hao. Tosh o'ynam yo'q, atrofini berkitar. Guruh kelyapti, guruh. Nima qilyapti? Jinni bu bola? Jinnimi bu bola? Wobla. Wobla. Jigar nesalar? Jigar. Kelimi chopdi bilan, isqab kelimi chopdi. Hello. Hello. Hello, my brothers.
Brother.
No kill, no kill, no kill.
My brother, please.
No, don't kill, don't kill.
I won't
Don't kill. Don't kill. Don't kill. Oyun boshlandi. Pox o'yinni ko'raylik.
Of the day.
Chatdan nima gap? Chatga gap tekshiravaylik. Chatda ichgalar nima gap? Zadishga sizdan so'rab turibdi javob to'taq sizni so'rab turibdi javob. Kim so'rayapti?
It's I think Tongji Bao's the
Yep,
only one so far. It's been great games both on Sandhawk, Miramar and Erangel. It just sort of depends when they want to step up.
Kim so'rayapti? Vadasibek?
Seriously unreal. They're
Qizlar
quite
so'rayaptimi
difficult
meni?
to catch now in first place actually, and that PMSL EMEA 1 2 3.
Qalaysiz Javohir Farruh aka? Assalomu alaykum. Bular o'yin boshlandi, bola o'yinni ko'raylik.
No, it's been a little bit bedraggled.
Aktiv ozgina ko'takiryapti Pmgc'ni deb, no nichu. Kuchayib ketamiz bir kun biz ham.
The star player on there yet again. Circle.
Biz ham kuchayamiz, siz ham kuchayasiz.
It's their home territory. IHC is goodness me. IHC as well will be in with fairly central spot in this one.
Again, not a bad position for IHC, and we said that this is a team that, you know, it's the first step of many for them. Down in 16th place at 56 points now.
Like bostinglar bor, mayli, onasi neysin.
Somewhat of a running.
Finallar qiziq bo'ladi, hozir qiziq komandalar yo'q, to'g'ri, lekin finallar ancha qiziq bo'ladi, bolalar.
Quite a few of our previous games over like the last half
To'y
of
qachon to'y ham
yesterday
bo'lib qoladi.
and the first half of today. Especially some of our top teams in the lobby. I mean, IWNRX, Galaxy, Navi, 112, 117, 117, with ASI8 now taking 119 in second place. And far ahead at 135 in first place. Here's the performance right now for Enigma Galaxy between day 1 where they're averaging 5 eliminations per match. That has dropped down to...
Also, mana Pmgc boshlandi, o'ynaymiz bolalar. Sal alohida stream qilamiz, aktivlash bo'lmayapti. Bir o'ynaysim, o'ynamayman. Mana Pmgc ko'ryapmiz hozir.
They are still in that top 3 though, but you're right. That an EMEA 1 2 3 looking less.
Sal alohida stream qilib aktiv qaytarib olaylik. Like bosmang, like bosib turinglar.
Pace with, well,
Sharmanda bo'lyapti. Qarjima bayram oldin $100 tashlasangiz keyin o'ynaymiz.
The current ceiling was Team Spirit last week. They broke records getting 225 points group stage week. I feel like it may be a little bit late for TJB to make a push that far, but still definitely capable of being within reach of that 200-point boundary.
It depends, man, because from their glow-up day to now, I think the point scoring average is somewhat ridiculous. If they're able to keep that up, I wouldn't be surprised over 8 matches.
Webdo'chini odam ko'rmayman. Men webcam orqasida odam yo'q, bular odam bu yerda chiqadi. Men webcam aloqasi yo'q.
I'm just saying with how they're currently playing, you know, back to back to back, just game after game after game in those top 3s. Yeah, it's wild that we've even reached this stage. And with that, for the top 5 elims, Zed Wolf really was on top for quite a while, and now Flower has firmly taken that lead at 34 elims total.
Which is kind of a nutty result. And then, I mean, you even go down to 3rd, right, and you look at IQ, the drop-off of 4 elims difference down to the next.
Davay o'yinni ko'raylik, bosh og'riyapti cho'tta. THB 135 potensi bilan birinchi o'rinda ketyapti hozircha. Eplayapti bu Schumacherlar.
Coming into day 3, it hasn't been as loud for them, but they're still up in that 2nd place. They're still getting into these late games.
Bir xafa qoldi.
We saw them in that south
IHK. IHK yaxshi 56 potensiya oldi. 57 potens.
Does Tiamba lose a player to IHC actually? Continue.
Yaxshi, IHK comeback qilib olsa bo'ladi. Harakat qilsa bo'lishi mumkin hali, chunki orada bir kun bor.
Yeah, I mean ASI8, I feel like they had massive pop-offs, but they are still maintaining consistency where teams like IWNRX, like maybe Enigma Galaxy also, haven't quite found that.
Gapingizga qanaqa cheat? Bular cheat qazishasiz, bu akkauntga cheat qo'yib
I think it has been unfortunate for both Enigma Galaxy as well as Navi.
Davay o'yinni ko'raylik, bosh og'riyapti hozir.
Respectively. Purely because
the
coach is right. They haven't been getting great circles on this map. They've been consistently heading far over towards the eastern side. I think we saw this exact circle recently as well. And these are the 2 teams that really do have to travel the longest distance here on Miramar from La Cobreria as well as El Pozo, which are both strong spots to start in. But we really just haven't had many like northwest shifts on the circle or even just western shifts in general.
Sightlines over towards phase for IHC. Not going to be able to take too many shots though. Just make sure they keep control here over on the north side of Impala, a little bit further up the coast in the high ground compound. Vengeance moving in past El Azahar right now. not really too many teams close by. I mean, you've got Getso Roy about 400 meters away right now, down to their southwest. A little bit further, in fact, actually, closer to 500-600 meters, so out of that render distance. Team Queso, they're very, very central, close to IHC.
Team Queso on that south side. They're a little bit out of the way. Miramar's quite a big map, so down towards that southeast side, they do have a little bit of room between them and IHC. I think at the moment it's more FaZe who are heading over towards that northeast side right now, trying to careen through ASI8 as we do get this clump up of teams. So likely Falcons, Tongji Bao, Enigma Galaxy and Na'Vi all having to play that edge playstyle towards the end game, likely wanting to hope for a hard shift either over towards that southwest side or even northwest.
ASI8 around La Bandita right now, not in the crater, so they have got a bit of mobility, a bit of cover off sightline there. You're right, it's very, very central here, and teams on the outskirts may have to fight through a lot of it in order to get value out of this game. Na'Vi, less concerned with that. They're over towards, just over the north side of water treatment right now, heading seemingly over towards Torre Hamada, and going to be moving in across the East Coast Road, potentially. I'd be surprised if they decided to go south of El Azahar, given they're taking this angle of approach, right? If you were looking to go in on that south edge of El Azahar, you would probably likely be going past Hacienda del Patron right now. So expect to sweep through Tierra Bronca to the east side of El Azahar and potentially coming up the coastal road and into contact with IWNRX.
Yeah, for IWNRX, it's not a bad spot to be in for them at the start of the game. It's nice and tucked away, but I think the biggest change we'll see from IWNRX here is that they're already making a breakout towards that western side. I think in a fair few of our Miramars here in Group Red, IWNRX has been fairly passive over on the eastern edge and kind of waiting the game out. But this time, I think they're realizing, as it's the first time in a while that they've been knocked out from that top three, that they need to start making some moves. They need to start making some plays and gaining ground quickly, which is what
Luka Modric shu yerda. Endi izme seksi sallarga bo'yaman. Ko'ramiz. Ko'rishda davom etamiz. Falcon top. Zona juda ham noqulay beribdi-yu. Lekin Navi zo'r kirib kelar ekan. Navi juda ham zo'r kirib kelar ekan zonaga. Xatolarni to'g'irlash uchun kirib kelishar ekan.
It's so free and clear. You can play on that east ridgeline of El Azahar, take up that high ground position, nice and strong. Enigma Galaxy, they need to move fast now because the teams in the middle will start to sort themselves out and make that approach. They have a big opening, but it's going to close in the next minute.
Yeah, for both those teams, it is going to have to be an unbelievable speed up, like pedal to the metal here for both squads to get into position, because this is a golden opportunity for them. Falcons as well were quite happy with this because they were just closing in on the circle to try and break in on that western edge, and now are rotating alongside with Getso Roy, who again, they play on that north side, and they have quickly identified a strong position for themselves. So I think for Enigma Galaxy, they are slightly late to the party. Na'Vi, on the other hand, this is a golden opportunity for them.
Really, really big stuff. Still, that east side of El Azahar, that high ground ridge that sits up there, the compound that's just beyond it, potentially both very, very valuable areas. We'll see if Na'Vi are able to take control. Falcons Force and Vengeance, both sort of the blockades right now for teams moving up towards the north. IWNRX, I think, also in a really pivotal position out towards the East Coast Road. Everybody from Impala going to be looking to move through the ground on this road. So if IWNRX can extract one from each team that passes, the toll will be high, but the points total for IWNRX,
Falcon,
so grateful for it.
Yeah, so for Falcons coming in on that western side, they lose a player in Icy. Not great news for them, especially when they were looking to take a dominant position over towards that northwest side for El Azahar. This time for them, I think it is just a case that this is the right decision, is to head into the buildings and try and play it out that way, stay as safe as possible. FaZe locked in. 3 players with Vengeance up on high.
Vashshi zo'r. Ven Faze urmoqda. Faze mutlaq nobud bo'ldi. Faze pishdi Faze.
Into a horrible situation and kind of take shots like fish in a barrel.
They do find the fish in the barrel and turn them into sashimi. That's a real rough time for FaZe. They find the wrong end of that deal. They will have to play on with two, Noise and Mella. I mean, to be fair, these are probably... I mean,
Roy nechi o'rnda ketyapti?
take one of the other ones with them.
7-chi o'rnda Geroy.
Players from FaZe. But either way,
Navi xudo xolsa 5-chi o'rnda.
do have a position in the circle, which is
X umumiy o'yin chiqmayapti, 4-chi o'ringacha tushib ketdi. X 1-chi o'rindan 4-chi o'ringacha quladi. Eng qizig'i 6 pute 4 kartada 6 pute sig'di xolos X. Bugun X kuni emas ekan.
It is a good thing that IWNRX made that breakout over towards the western side because now they have a lot more control to work with.
Zona berdi Navi. Oy Navi, davay endi.
You wouldn't be too happy with that. But the circle has moved north once more, and it's Tongji about that. How have they even made this rotate, man? Yeah.
I'm just looking at where they've come from. It looks like early on. Okay, so as soon as this shift came through, I'm going back through the map feed. So the circle popped. They were just on the north side of Los Leones, coming up to La Bendita. They just went all the way out west, past Graveyard, up towards Hacienda, and looped over the top. Na'Vi obviously leaving gaps there, and TJB have managed to sneak their way in on the north side. They read this shift like incredibly well. This is brilliant stuff from TJB.
Yeah, it's a gamble play, right? I mean, they're going to try and take control over towards El Azahar and then play the late game in towards the center. But to be honest with you, the big case factor is that gamble pays off even more because the circle shifts over towards that north side. So it's just a good understanding of like, what could we do here on the potential next shifts? As this goes down towards the south, yeah, we can get a strong position over towards Al Azhar and play out from there. But if it moves north, then we're going to be one of the few teams on that northern side of the map. So for Tongjibao, yeah, again, they have all the chips on the table right now with first place at 135 points. So they can afford to take risks like this, which now are going to pay dividends.
Really great news for the team. It's been careening up the tables time and time again. IHC now up to 2 eliminations. They are on that western side near that truck stop. They've got the high ground on the east and the low ground on the west as well under control. So really nice southwest position for them. But Nick Galaxy just across the way. Getso Roy continuing to joust right now with IWNRX. Not really going to be able to do too much. That road that sits between them may as well be a river. It's just impossible to cross with the teams crunching in this close.
You gotta be patient. You bide your time inside the circle. Wait for the shifts to come through. Try and annihilate some squads down there. Rotates as they come in. That's your only option, really. You need to start creating gaps in this circle because it is a very
inisi viable 10-chi o'ringa tushib ketdi Qozog'iston. Stabil o'ynayotdi mana shu bolalar ham bilan yomon tushib ketishdi.
Over towards some of the rolling hills on the north where you've got Na'Vi playing.
Pashti Daxoy kamanda zonada qolib ketdi.
Is that for Na'Vi is how suspecting are they of a team coming through on that north side? I think they would assume they're one of the few teams that did break through onto the north, considering they came from La Cobradilla. So I wouldn't be surprised to see them get backstabbed by Tongjibao. So I think that they just need to be aware. In a lobby like this, it's entirely possible for a team to make a bit of a quirky rotate over towards the side of the map.
It's all about being prepared for it. Handling every eventuality. IHC with the spray downs over the ridgeline against Incilio. They have lost one on their off angle and the blue zone's not going to be kind to them. They're still not quite able to find the openings. Finally over the top they get that first knock. Turning around, a 180 comes through to try and make sure that they have their back.
YHQ ham yaxshi o'ynayapti, qoyil. Inisini yopib yuboradi hozir.
You got Alter Ego on the south and it's just so difficult to make any moves here. Without everybody having their say.
YHQ ham yapti, inisini oxirgi o'yinchisi qoldi. Qolganlar ham yopilib ketadi va AC8 yopib yubormoqda. Ay Qozog'iston, voy Qozog'iston.
Yeah, that was a bold move from Westron. One of the few moves he had left remaining in the tank, though. It was that or concede, really. So tries to go for something a little bit crazy. Team Queso, they're picking up Virtus Pro, but Virtus Pro is fighting back, but they just don't have that same kind of presence anymore, I don't think. I mean, they're able to take out Colgo, but I'm not sure how much further Virtus Pro can go here. Only one player left remaining. And that's a fight that they know very well on that southeast side. So it's just, it is not fun to watch Virtus Pro kind of lose a lot of that edge that we have seen them develop over the year.
Ooh, I thought that nade was going to do it. Icy stays alive. as I actually try to leave their.
O tushdi, zo'r tushdi. Ay yo yo tushmabdi. Tik bilan Vitspro yana bitta o'yin chiqibdi yo'q. Vitspro menimcha bu PMC'ni mutlaq mag'lub bo'lib bo'ldi.
Taking shots, that's from Alter Ego, who have flexed back out this way. I say Alter Ego, I mean Alva, because there's only one player left standing. Is there, and I think that's going to leave Team Queso on one player going down here.
Ikkini bir o'zi qoldi. Iskini. Tikesat 3 ta o'ynamoqda, 3 ta kill bor, bitta o'yinni, yo'q, 2 ta o'ynayapti, bitta o'yin bilan xayrlashyapti. Nima deb o'ylaysizlar? Navi qaytadimi tepaga? Hech o'zi top 3 talikka kira oladimikin?
That northern edge towards Getso Roy, so there is a little bit of an opening. Zedwolf is hold over towards that south side just in case.
Asibar İHK'ni uryapti, İHK nihoyat yopilib ketmoqda. 4 ta kill bilan İHK yopilib ham ketdi bu.
You can see there on the map, the mini map at least, where Virtus Pro as well as Team Queso are rotating in from.
This is a really nasty area of the map, Blank. The east side of Elzahar is just mountain tops set across massive valleys. You can see, well, we can see right now that ASI8, they're at the back of this queue of teams on the southwest side. You've got Vengeance and FaZe ahead of them. Enigma Galaxy also with their outposts down here. But other than that, it's Navi's high ground. And then everybody out to the east is sat in this little ditch that comes down into the valley between these two roads. So Navi, TJB, that fight is isolated on the north side.
Navi.
For Navi, winning that fight would be really good for them. As well as the EMEA teams, because then you cut Pmgc out, and then there's a chance for some of our teams like Enigma Galaxy, like Navi, like IWNRX, even Falcons to an extent, to climb further up. I think it's going to be hard to block ASI8 out, especially when Phalanx making plays like that. Does try and get away from it, but will be taken out by Alva, in fact, from Alter Ego.
Need to be found. Cooked but not launched just yet. Not quite on the money there. A shift up to the north side with the circle blank. This is huge for Navi's opportunities to stay in the top 3 and for TJB to stay in the top spot as well.
Voy zo'r. Voy o'tib ketdi. Yana chekatroq. Voy, bo'ldi. Bitta sherikdan haylashadi. Ven, yana zo'r. Yana bitta. Dalchi davoy. Asli 8 yopilish kerak. Hech o'la bitta mashinaga qarshi qarashadi. Uy, yaxshi. Bravo, my brothers. Ven eplayapti. Ven oxirgi ekanman-da, eplasa bo'laveradi.
Vengeance over down the hill. ASI8 not having the greatest time of it as Vengeance continue to find some of that high ground approach towards them. Good smoke setup as well, denying a lot of the sight lines coming out from that warehouse and just putting ASI8 into an uncomfortable situation. But it is Enigma Galaxy over towards that western side looking to take advantage of this fight here and potentially carve out a little bit of a path for them forward, because it's not an easy rotate towards that northern side.
Asi8 IM kelyapti. Asi8 yopilsa zo'r bo'lardi. Nigma ham 4 ta kill qilib qo'yibdi. Va Nigma hozir ikkinchi o'ringa qaytib olsa kerak. Asi8 yeyapti, ketmaga. Sherigini ko'targani qaytyapti. Venom esa tepasiga bosmadi. Asi8 qo'rqmasa sheriga yetgan bu katta xato bo'lishi mumkin. Da, katta xatoga yo'l qo'yib bo'ldi menimcha. Asi8 endi hayishkalar bilan anchagina qiyin edi bularni. Voy. Voy, malades.
The hills, the cliffs, the mountainsides on the east end of Al-Azhar are so dangerous to try.
Vikesa hozir ikkinchi kunni ham amalga oshirdi, solo o'ynab bo'lsa ham.
It's been quite a slow game, honestly. It's basically just been these teams down towards that south side, cutting each other out because there just isn't enough room for everyone. Especially.
Nima qiladi? Hozir zona yo'q, zona ketishni boshlab 5-zon dahshatli edi. Asi8 joyidan qo'zg'alishni boshladi. Ayni ham oxirgi o'yin ekan, menimcha Asi8 yo'q ketadi hozir endi.
Some changes today. Even Rosemary getting subbed out, who is not performing up to.
Voy, ikki snaplanmadi. Ko'tarishni menimcha iloji yo'q.
Flush there.
Yeah,
and that's Alter Ego out again. Now it has been multiple times where they've just been clinging to this 11th place spot. They've been in and out, and it must be.
Oy, yomon berdi gap yo'q.
Sends an aid up to try and push Vengeance back. Actually,
bo'ldi, yopildi, zo'r. Asi8 yopildi. Mana endi Navi o'z o'rniga qaytish imkoni. Navi 4 ta o'ynayapti, eng qizig'i. Zona esa qisqaryapti, oxirgi zonalar yaqinlashib kelyapti.
Over on that east edge, but Vengeance can now start to move further north. FaZe making a cross on the road, trying to get to the other side, and seemingly doing so successfully. They have gotten to the other end of that cable car there. And now,
Roy ham 4 o'ynayapti, lekin natijasi ham yomon emas, natijasi ham zo'r. Topga chiqish imkoniyati bor, bitta yaxshi kill bilan top urasa.
I think that they would love to open up
over
towards Roy, and then they can start to work the problem on that eastern side. But even with Team Kato behind them, yeah, life's kind of tough for them right now. Enigma Galaxy, they take a knock and a flush and go down to 2 players. Not an ideal scenario for them as they wrap around towards that western edge. I think it was one of their few.
Navini qaranglar bolalar, vahshiy joyda-yu. Yana zona berdi.
And the circle drops right on top of Navi. Good rotate from them. Definitely the circle look is there for them.
Yeah.
But they have settled themselves into a nice spot. The question is now for me is, come stage 6, stage 7, how do they play this out? Can they maintain all 4 players? Realistically, off the back of this one, you would want a chicken dinner because you've been given a chance here now.
The position that FaZe hold is where IWNRX and Getso Roy both want to be moving up towards. You can see the ridgeline beyond where FaZe sit right now in the scopes of Porsche. That is oversight on towards Navi's compound, right? You've got Puncher who's trying to take control over the south side, but in general, they don't want to be overexposed to that angle. They've also got TJB on the north to worry about. So if one of these teams can get out clean and into FaZe's position, they are in with a really good chance of overwhelming this lobby.
IWNRX moving up that roadside. This is a smart maneuver from them. Haven't been able to open too much over towards Getso Roy, but now both teams know they need to move. Slightly dangerous for IWNRX moving out into this open zone towards the western side, so they are taking it slow alongside with the blue as it pushes them in. Falcons now know that Vengeance is close by. Vengeance consistently having this high ground. Very difficult to deal with. FaZe did move up alongside with Noise and Mela.
Ivrix esa bu safar menimcha Ivrix to'p urolmaguncha jim yotmasa kerak. Royni birinchi qiynamoqda, Royga to'xtovsiz qaytish kerak. Roy no'k holatda Ivrix Turkiyaning yaxshi bir komandasi to'pda ketayotgan edi, lekin to'pdan qulatishgan edi. Mana to'pga qaytishi mumkin, lekin Frozen bilan qaylashi usha olmadi.
2 players from Getso Roy trying to get across as well.
Yaxshi lutgan o'ygan ular.
How much further can they find it?
Killlar ham chopildi. Fazi takka kill ishlab oldi.
Sits on the roadside to the northeast edge and they're going to have a really tough time to make it through. IWNRX.
Falcon esa Lenni yopib yubordi. Mana Vendi yopib yubordi va hisobiga 3 ta killni yozib qo'ydi Falcon. Navidan o'tib ketishga harakat qilyapti Falcon, lekin Falcon 4 ta o'ynayapti.
Falcons stay alive with their 3 players. Wow, very nice play.
Voy, urushib qo'ysa bo'ladi. Voy, Navigani THB'ni uryapti. Aynan to'pda ketayotgan THB bilan Navi otishyapti. Davay Navi. Da, mana shu yerda THB'ni Navi shunchaki mag'lub qilishi mumkin. No, David. Oh, David qo'rdi. Flip zo'r. THB 3 ta qoldi.
Navi continues to fight.
Mana Navi bilan pastda fight bilan ukadlar bizga olib bermayapti, chunki Ivrix ham bu yerda yeyapti. Voy, David qo'rgan qayla malades. Voy, yaxshi. Faza yopiladi.
Not looking super healthy, not looking super easy. There's the flush coming on through and IWNRX playing on with 2 now, but it's just Noise up the top. Trying to have an impact, but Getso Roy trying to poke their noses in, but it does not belong.
Tikan bor ekan, tik hozir pastdan nimani ursa bo'ladi, Ivrixni ursa bo'ladi. Tiyan ham yopilyapti.
Just a moment longer.
Falcons even finding a shot over towards.
Voy, yo'qordi, xarosh. Ivrix yana 2 ta killni 2 ta yetkazib qo'ydi. Navi TJV'ga kirib keldi, TJV'ni ketini yemoqda. Oy! Danlidan ha? TJV Navilar tomonidan yeyapti. Navi uxlatdi TJV'ni. TJV'ni yo'qoradi hozir. Navi comeback bilat naxuy. TJV'ni urdi. Bo'ldi, Navi birinchi o'ringa chiqib olishi dahshatli qadam. Faqatgina kill qilsa bo'ldi. To'pdagilar hammasi yopilgan Ivrixdan tashqari. Voy, ezib ketgan. Voy, Ivrixdan yomon o'ynayapti. 4 ta kill qildi.
Playing off one another, symbiotic there. and a venomous approach from IWNRX.
Nimaga yetib oldi. Voy bir Navi ham flip ham oldi. Navi 3ta qoldi Navi. Falcon bor beta, Falcon ham bor. Falcon ham amoylardan emas.
Again, it's whether or not you understand that Falcons have been making their way so fast up towards this location. Remember, Falcons have just been winning fights back to back here. So on this south side, but Navi do finally get themselves back into position. 6 elims for them.
Kimga so'ra beraki? Mana shu qizda to'pi chuklash boshlandi. Navi Falcon Yurik hisobga chiqib olish uchun eng qulay vaziyatda.
And with Fury in the wings with 4 players alive, Falcons looking
endi qiziq joylarga
yeah, it's scary. They do have the compounds to work with though.
Blank, our 4th, 5th and 6th place teams all looking for a 3rd place spot right now are all still in this one. IWNRX with the worst of it right now on the southeast side, but they are ahead in terms of the points. If they can ladder up a couple of placements, that would be big news for them. If they can extract some value from maybe Furia's position out to their east side, that would be great. But you're right, it's Navi and Falcons, both of these two teams with opportunity to push in, to muscle their way through and join the top 3 going into our last game of the day.
It's difficult for Navi as well, because I think that they would have liked to maintain over towards that high ground. It was just a very good pickup from Falcons, understanding where Navi moved across from, because they have essentially taken one of the stronger positions in the lobby. Although these compounds are nice, it would require the circle to head a bit towards that northwest side for them to continue to have presence, because Falcons can typically now just play that high ground, right? They can play off the back of that, take shots towards teams as they make their way in, and Navi still have to deal.
Falcon Yurix
waiting in the sidelines here in back C.
Swain trying to get info, but
Navi'da zona bor. Falcon bilan Yurix otishlar kerak topida. 8-zona, 9-zona butunlay yopiladi. Top 5 o'ynalyapti. Ko'ramiz endi bu yog'iga. Og'ir kadrlar bo'lyapti. Like bosmagan, like'lar bosib olaylik. Bolalar, davom 700 ta like qo'yaylik. Mujikka bitta bosib. Navi Tiango yana qaytdi. Risk qilishni xohlamayapti. Yaxshi joyda Navi, zo'r joyda.
XC looking for some healing before he makes a move, and rightly so. Everybody knows where this guy is right now, and there is no way that he stays healthy. Opens the door to allow him to use the corner of that wall a little bit more effectively. But
Furia bilan Ivrix pastda Furia eplasa bo'ladi.
Keep IWNRX at bay.
Falcon sheriklarga tortilyapti.
Sort of doomed here.
Yaxshi, Navi yana bitta kill qildi.
Will pick up the elim as well, very nice, and now can regroup with the rest of the team.
Navi хорош.
Now that player has been removed, Navi can focus a little bit more towards their end game goals now, as they control the majority.
Furia yaxshi, Yurix yopiladi.
Stuck in with IWNRX, who are likely going to be taking a 4th place home here as Kine tries to get the
Navi Falconga move,
but it's Navi actually finding top and
Navi vaziyatdan foydalanyapti. Furia ikkitadan bittasini David qo'ydi. Navi vaziyatdan foydalangan holda chiqmoqda. Falcon yana bir o'zi ezib ketadi. Navi borgasa to'g'ri imkoniyatlar ko'paymoqda. Yo'q, faqat shu bu kerak emas. Afsuski Navi yana bir o'zi xayrlashadi va rezultatlar sirasi pastga qarab qo'llanmoqda. Va bir xafa qoldi. Davay, sherikdan ko'tarsa bo'ladi. David qo'ydi Sosga bo'laydi. Davay, baribir Navi to'p oladi. Furia bilan Navida. Furiada 62% ekan. Furia 3 o'ynayapti-da.
Oh, that's frustrating, man. I mean, if they were able to keep Lemon up, and Lemon did a great job to kind
Furia bilan Navi emas, Falcon otish kerak tek topida.
Smoke went down though, which was so painful for Puncher to try and find that shot. So it is now 6 and Puncher left up and remaining.
Oy, zo'r. Psix. Voy, bala, pizes.
To both Lemon and Flip, but with Puncher,
Bo'ldi Furia 100 to'p urish imkoniyati bo'lib ketdi Furiada. Lekin ko'taradi. Bembalo ko'taradi. Falconga chalg'iydi hozir. Falconga ketishdi ular, zo'r. Navi oyoqda. Falconga bosishadi, kutilgandek Falconga bosishadi. Falconga bosdi. Falcon esa bittasi urdi, ikkitasini urdimi? Falcon! Yo'q. Lekin Navini bosish joyi. Zo'r. 2-2 kuchlar tenglashdi. Hayishga tushdi. Uxladi. Zo'r. Navi. Navi Alonso, xarosh, yo'q joyda Navi ilib ketyapti u yerda. Joni qolmadi, 2-1. Qot yo'q, bo'ldi. Navi epladi. Navi epladi. Nihoyat Navi comebackni amalga oshirmoqda. Gap yo'q. Nartus Vintis, Narkus, gap yo'q, mujiki. Holodik va xolaganimiz bo'ldi.
And getting a knock as well. It is really quick reactions from Na'Vi and some very well placed nades on the top of it. But 11 elims at the end of the game. Really good stuff for them. And they'll be super happy with that one. 21
Narco Na'Vi epladi Na'Vi. Nima dedilar zo'ra? O'ylaganda Na'Vi birinchi o'ringacha yaqin chiqmadi. Birinchi o'ringa chiqarmadi-yu, lekin yaqin qoldi. Bu chiqqan bo'lishi ham mumkin. Birozdan so'ng ko'ramiz. Like bosmaganlar, mana endi chatda o'qiymiz endi. Futbolni ko'rmaysam Real yutyapti. Realga sizga bir qanaqa Real. Bola like'lar 500 ta qo'yaylik, biladi. Aktiv pizdes musul pizdes. Yig'laveraman hozir. Yig'lab olaman, olib yig'layman. Chuqur olaman. Like'lar bosamiz, ketdik Levikka. Yurak sevma uni, senga ne kerak? Solo sklat mana men solo sklat. Ketdi.
Точно не болмас.
Ketgan.
Bo'lgan.
Atachamdi.
Ketdi balon. Katmisha degani. Ketmisha. Voy bilad eventga odamni qarab. Pizdes. Biznes harp bo'lib ketdi. Harp yasini o'zi itda, ular ikkita degan, tasavvur bor edi. Ellikki bosh sevib tushibman-da. Aytdim, bu og'ir ishlayapti. Aytdim, men boshqa sevib tushibman-nu, aytdim. Maktanim olib eventga boraman. Ko'taygan olaman, to'g'ri, eventga boraman. Qayerda bo'lardi? Help ko'partaydi ular, qanaqa help bek bular, endimizni het bular. Yor aytmang, yor. Qalbim yig'lar zor. Yor aytmang yangalar yurak. Ha, bolada aka bosarlar bitada. Sikilib ketdi odam. Rasa 10 mingim kelyapti, to'g'ri. Uy gapga binaymikin, ha? Alô? Mening ko'nglim yangandu. Davay bolalar, ikkinchi hafta boshlanyapti.
Or to get you the title of the best in the world at Pmgc. I feel like Falcons have shown us during CSA that they do have that potential, but it seems like it's very difficult for them to tap into that potential. And I feel like those big explosive matches we saw when they were under the name of Stalwart just aren't really happening anymore, which I think where Max's Core are kind of, you know, referring to. They haven't been able to dominate the lobby like we've seen in the past, partly due to the fact that the lobby is just a lot stronger in general.
Exactly, that's what I'm trying to say.
It's gonna be very difficult for them to kind of separate themselves from the rest when it comes to the pack. But obviously they have every opportunity. They're still in reach. In the meantime, we got to head down to 7 yet again here for a quick little chat.
Report with the 7WG. This time is going to be in regards to TJB. This team has played insanely today, being able to get 63 points so far, and we still have one more match to go. I got a chance to talk to their coach. Their coach told me that they have been getting lucky with the circles, and they also been making the right decisions, whether it's going to high ground or whatever the case might be. They've been lucky with the circles and getting those right decisions. Will they stay at the top of first place? Stay tuned and find out.
That is the question. Can they maintain their #1 position going into tomorrow with one final match left to go? Every team is still trying to get into top 3 and, more importantly, solidify their space.
Ladies and gentlemen, oxirgi kartda 18-kartda.
We had like a 20-point lead between, what was it, like 15th and 14th, and then at the top it wasn't that big of a lead. It was like 11 points between like 3rd and 8th. Well, now we do have a little bit of a gap, looking more towards like 6th to 7th place at 117 to 94. We're definitely starting to see, I think, from the end of this match, which teams realistically will have a chance to break through into top 3. Because right now, like Vengeance, 85 points, they're like 40 points out. I don't think realistically we're going to see them get Roy either, currently sitting at 94 points. I don't think they have a chance. I think for me, the cutoff is going to be Falcons and above of who can legitimately contest the top 3 places.
We definitely have a pack that's starting to lead the charge into the top 3 position. TJB, Na'Vi are looking super good, but really IW and RX, we've seen them jump in and out. Even Na'Vi, realistically, have been jumping in and out of this top 3. So I have to agree, Jason. I think it's between those top 6 teams to make into top 3, and it's going to be down to the wire. I'm telling you, that last game, Hot Drukes, is going to be absolute madness on Miramar heading into tomorrow. So who's going to make it? I'm not sure. We got some that we expect to remain in top 3, but realistically, the top 3 could be completely different tomorrow. I'd be like, yeah, I'm not too shocked.
Yeah, I mean, for real. I mean, if Falcons get the chicken dinner here, we could see them easily in that running. You know, Vengeance, like you mentioned, Jason, I don't see it happening because, like, in order to be the top 3 these days, yeah, you have to be consistent, you know, on pretty much every single map. But you also have to have that crazy pop-off potential to get those like 15+ elimination chicken dinners. And I just, at this stage, with how intense it is, I just don't see that yet from Vengeance. You know, I do see the possibility from Ghetto Roy. I think that they could do it, but it's just unlikely with how everybody else is playing right now.
Well, I had to like go triple, quadruple check before I made the statement because I really didn't want to look dumb because I do that more than enough on my own. True. When we looked at Ultra Ego earlier on the camera, Rosemary is back in the roster. And I'm checking on our map feed right now, and I'm like, he for sure is in the game. So Rosemary, who said he's going to sit out because he doesn't feel like he's playing too good or too well today, has come back in for the final match of this 3rd day.
Let's go. Quick break. You know what I'm saying? Quick break.
Coffee break's over.
You know, just say, let me shake it all off, and let me get it done, baby, because we got one more game left to go. Let's get it going, Jason.
Well, let's see if he did T-Swift it and shook it off. We're going to head back to our casters here for the final match of day 3 of Group Red with John Allen and Blake.
I mean, they said that they were never, ever getting back together at the end of the day, but goodness me, Rosemary, he's straight back in there, ready to set a fiery brand.
Boshlandi nihoyat. Oxirgi kartda.
They can get their last slice of the pie here in the last map today.
Like, it's not working, Rosemary. Let's take Rosemary out. It's working a lot worse without Rosemary. It's time to get Rosemary back in.
Rosemary's such a good player. I love that guy.
Yeah, I think it does require you to remove a key component from the team before you realize that maybe it was a component that was required to keep the engine running. I do think Rosemary's a great player. I think it's absolutely fair that he has some bad games. I understand his decision, willingness to drop himself back out again to give like a mental refresh, but yeah, the rest of the team needs to step up alongside him because I think there is a lot of pressure on Rosemary right now to perform at a super high level. He's a very, very good player, and it's somewhat similar to the FaZe situation with Mello right now.
It is a little bit unfortunate, you know, to see teams struggling to really find that identity that they've had in their previous regions and their previous tournaments as well. And again, it comes back to the power of the overall strength of this lobby. It's really, really difficult to handle, and the pressure seems to be getting to some of our players. Southwest shift, though, and maybe Alter Ego could do something with this. Tongjiabao as well in Chumasera, potential for them to get up into the hills or maybe play to the northeast side.
Yeah, I like Tongjiabao though. Like, what was the team last group stage doing? Oh, playing Chumasera, I see. Let's do that. We could probably take first place as well from that same position. So, Tongjiabao, play in Chumasera, not a bad spot. I always think it's a little bit stifling at times when you get a circle like this, though, because with a lot of teams going through this area, a lot of times you are forced to play down towards that south side and take control of the foothills in Chumasera quite early on. But you got plenty of time to loot up here. I think a lot of our teams over towards that north side will allow it to happen. Na'Vi back up into second. Very well done to them, with the Falcons attempting to make their catch up now with 117 points. And IWNRX do claim that third place spot. But again, ASIA really not far behind. And this is a really nice spread of eliminations coming through for Na'Vi, with 6 actually pulling out ahead from the rest of the squad with 23, but it's a 5 elim differential between the best player in the squad down towards Poncha, who is the one with the least amount of eliminations. So again, I think that this is what you need, and right now I think Na'Vi's got one of the best rosters that they could have hoped for on their team.
Absolutely. They have really come in storming to this group, and it's great to see that now again back in the contest for that first place spot, with TJB not getting as many points as they could have done in that last match, and Na'Vi obviously taking that chicken dinner so that they can keep up pace. Na'Vi, though, up in La Cabrera. They came in late to the previous time around on Miramar. Let's see if they can repeat their success from coming in towards the edge of this one too.
So for Vengeance, I am actually quite interested in Vengeance because they have stayed
Uzbekistan Bapesh. Nima bo'lyapti? Navi 2-o'rinda zo'r. Mana shuni kutayotgan deydi Navidan bolalar.
Again, their team fight, I am still willing to say that I don't think it's there with the best of the lobby right now. But I think Vengeance has definitely done a bit of a 180 since their first day of play, where it really didn't feel like it felt like they were going to be one of the teams in 15th and 16th, but they've turned it around. I'm really happy to see it for Vengeance. I would like to see a couple more points coming out from them, because again, on that last game, there was a huge potential for them to take out the entirety of Falcons, and it would have been a very, very different game from there onwards. That car is drunk.
Dunyoda bordur sog'ish degan tuyg'uda.
Needs a little bit of a lie down, a coffee.
Yeah.
Get back into it, you know. Make sure that you're fit as a fiddle. Ventores, oh dear, he's maybe going to be a bit dizzy in a second, but does manage to survive the initial roll-up against 2 Team Queso players. The rest of FaZe could maybe come on in. Has got the auto shotty around the corner, but Team Queso now have more players to worry about. The rest of FaZe are descending on this. A nade, a beautiful nade actually, over towards Mela. That's going to slow them down, but FaZe come in with 2 more onto the outside, and the reload needs to come through. That allows the rest of FaZe to come through. And there's the sideswipe, the re-emergence of the player who made that initial dash. Ventores swells in to protect Mela, and it's all up to them. A 4 versus 3 now as FaZe go up to the top floor, but there's ground floor threats as well. Noise to another nade as Kolego finds so much more than he was looking
Voy, Fazini yomon qilyapti. Voy, gap yo'q. Tik Fazini shunchaki yeb tashlayapti, lekin Fazini ham oxirgi o'yinchisi.
Protecting the rest of the team was the name of the game for FaZe, but they may have just thrown them all away.
I mean, Mormon last remaining, 2 players on the outside, difficult fight for them. S12K in the hands, going to try and make something happen alongside with this.
Aka canım oxirgi gapda tugadi qoldi aka.
Has to close it out.
One more chance, and there's the shot on the crossfire.
Ko'p turibsizlar, 15 ta komanda borlar, ha.
But all his teammates FaZe finding 4 eliminations, 3 going over to Team Queso, but both of them fall. And at a crucial point blank, look at those points tables. Alter Ego, Incilia, all of them poised to jump up.
And that will keep Team Queso down and keep FaZe slightly ahead. I really don't know how much further they can make into this game, but with Mormon having a fairly central position anyway. Man, that shot through the doorway, though, was such a nice fadeaway. Again, a lot of pressure on Mormon's shoulders there, but he steps up to the plate, up to the door, and he will take them all down. Very, very well done to Mormon.
I mean, we talk about Mela, right? But that was definitely a show of strength from Mormon. Another point on the FaZe star, but they need to rise higher to fully commit to getting into those survival stages at this point. A good start, sure, but they're only one player, and it's not too likely that they can get a huge amount more value out of this game. However, they are very central on the circle. Other teams are going to move into this ground, though, and I think that's where it's going to get dangerous. So 4 points may be enough to just about keep them in these top 11.
Ultra go down towards that south side now. One of the teams that we were talking about with Tiamba and Vengeance, the two teams that they need to rise above, including FaZe as well. This is a bit of a last hurrah for them on the day. Definitely doable from the south side.
Upside.
Okay. Okay.
He's in.
How did he do that?
He's just a magic man. Demo's got those magic driving gloves, you know?
What, in the sense you teleport your vehicle around?
Yeah. Absolutely.
It's cute.
That's how that works.
Yeah. Vengeance now making their way in down towards the south side. Nice bit of high ground to play around with. Always do like this position. It has some slight lips around the side of this compound though, which means you do have to get pretty far out to get any kind of good scouting done. But at this early stage of the game, just heading into stage 2, I think a team like Vengeance is not going to be bothered too much by having to take a little peek here and there.
They've got a lot of control for their spot. They can bide their time. Circle coming on in soon, nearly about to reveal our second shift here on Miramar, and our last Miramar shift of the day, for day 3 here. Oh, red, 10 seconds until we see where we're going to go. Na'Vi very slow on their approach here, same for Virtus Pro. All the way up on the north side for Na'Vi, the east side over by Impala for Virtus Pro. The circle goes between Chumacera and Los Leones on top of Tiamba's position, gets a Roy in the middle of it, IWNRX as well.
Yeah, we do shift that. I actually think most teams will be pretty pleased about this as well, John, considering he moves away from those foothills in Chumacera.
Oh, no.
Which are always pretty awkward to play around with. Yeah, that's definitely unfortunate. He's going to leave his boy behind? Yeah, come on. You got to give him the turtle treatment. Come on.
And the spin around and the bump up. That was excellently timed. That's
right now I seem to be only playing with the two, with Zol and Godless, both.
Lekin hali ham qotishda davom etmoqda. Pizdes bo'lsa davom etmoqda. Nimaga qish kelgan? Nima bo'lyapti? Tushunmayapman Wi-Fi'mi. Bu yerda Wi-Fi'ga telefon perzagusga berib olish kerakmigina bitta. Bilan. Ishlab ketayapti.
You can see still 2 for Yamak. No, TPs has a little present to launch over the top, but the off angles are starting to come through. You said they left them back. They did that on purpose to create these off angles through those windows, force Vengeance to take things through these windows that they have sideline control of, and that seems to be the game plan.
Internet buna ginat qilmasdi-yu.
Vengeance are having a pretty good time rebuffing them. They found that knock onto Godless. They haven't really given too many sightlines away, and likely they're going to have to leave. I think they're just going to go for it now.
Yeah, you can sort of see the difference in between our top teams as well as Vengeance here, especially in nade usage, because the first nade goes out, does a fair bit of damage, but then you can't just throw the nade in the same spot. You have to have a predict the left or the right there, depending on the audio cues. It's now having to play on the edge of this compound, moving over towards D-Move though. They can find him. That is the off angle taken down, but he's immediate on the retreat. No point sticking around for too much longer there.
Demo needs to hold this angle behind the ridge line, but the wraparound comes through, has the backup now, and Noise really can't do too much here. You can't peek into 2. They know they've isolated this fight on this angle. However, 1 is good. Noise looks for a second as well. Popping up, popping down. 2 players fall to the DBS. Is there backup? There's a third, and Noise is doing so much work against IHC here, all on his lonesome. There's an off angle, sure, but he's already gone. He's already sent away, trying to crunch on in, and now it's just Godless. Moving on in, it's Noise to try and make it work for them. They're both into the same position. It's a 2v1. It's turned topsy-turvy here, Blank. And IHC might have had the last game of their day ruined.
This could be a great nade from Godless, depending on how he throws it. I mean, the time is limited, though, as this Molotov does stop. Now, they can't isolate that angle on the nade towards the sidelines. I think he was just running away to get away from the off angle. So sad there for Godless, because I think that could have been a really big nade. But what a way to lose that fight for IHC. the meantime, ASIA clean up onto Alter Ego, but in comes Nick the Galaxy. A